Welcome to Omni Wizard. Prepare yourself for a tale that dares to ask the question no one thought to whisper. What if Harry Potter was bitten by a radioactive spider at Hogwarts? Two worlds collide beneath the ancient stones of Hogwarts. Magic meets mutation. The boy who lived becomes something the wizarding world has never seen, and the Dark Lord has never feared. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Omni Wizard so you never miss a story. Now then, let's begin. Chapter 1. The Forbidden Forest had never felt welcoming, but on this particular October morning, it felt actively hostile. A cold mist clung to the undergrowth like something alive, threading between the ancient oaks and pooling in hollows where the weak autumn sunlight couldn't reach. Harry Potter pulled his cloak tighter around his shoulders and tried to ignore the persistent feeling that something was watching him from between the trees. Remind me again why Snape needs lacewing flies that have been harvested within sight of acromantula webbing. Ron Weasley muttered from somewhere behind him, his voice carrying the particular quality of someone trying very hard to sound annoyed rather than frightened. Because he's a sadist, Harry said, stepping over a root that seemed to shift beneath his foot, and because regular lacewing flies apparently aren't good enough for the draft of living death. The proximity to acromantula silk creates a unique magical resonance in the fly's wing membranes, Hermione said, pushing a low branch out of her way with practiced efficiency. She had a leather satchel open at her hip and a pair of silver tweezers in her hand, ready to collect specimens the moment they found the right spot. Professor Snape is actually correct about the potency difference. I read about it in Arsenius Jigger's updated appendix on regional ingredient variations. Hermione, Ron interrupted, I love you, but if I hear the word appendix one more time before breakfast has properly settled, I'm going to be sick on these very expensive dragonhide boots. Harry almost smiled. Almost. But the truth was that nothing had felt particularly amusing since the start of fifth year. The Ministry's refusal to acknowledge Voldemort's return had curdled everything, turned the Daily Prophet into a weapon, transformed Hogwarts into something closer to a prison under Dumbledore's Umbridge's pink-clad tyranny, and left Harry feeling increasingly isolated even among friends who believed him. The scar on his forehead had been a dull, persistent ache for weeks now, like a tooth that wouldn't stop throbbing, and his sleep was a patchwork of Voldemort's emotions bleeding through their connection, cold satisfaction, burning impatience, and beneath it all, a hunger that made Harry's stomach turn. They had entered the forest at dawn, following a path that Hagrid had marked with small cairns of white stones. The half-giant had wanted to accompany them, but Umbridge had assigned him to supervised groundskeeping duties on the far side of the castle, another petty exercise of her expanding authority. So the three of them had come alone, armed with Snape's grudging permission slip and a hand-drawn map that showed where Aragog's colony had spread its webbing closest to the forest's edge. The deeper they went, the more the trees changed. The oaks gave way to older growth, twisted yews and massive beeches whose trunks were wider than Hagrid was tall. The canopy thickened until the morning sky was reduced to thin scratches of gray between dark branches, and then Harry saw the first threads of web. They hung between the trees like silver party streamers, left out after a celebration that no one had enjoyed. Thick as Harry's little finger in places, they caught the scarce light and refracted it into ghostly rainbows. The air here smelled different, damp and organic, with an undercurrent of something chemical that reminded Harry of the potions classroom. There, Hermione whispered, pointing with her tweezers toward a fallen log where clusters of small, pale insects clung to patches of luminescent moss. Lacewing flies. See how their wings have that violet iridescence. That's the acromantula resonance Snape was talking about. Brilliant, Ron said flatly. Let's grab them and leave before something with 8 legs and a bad attitude decides we look like breakfast. Harry stood guard while Hermione collected specimens, his wand drawn, his eyes scanning the misty spaces between the trees. The forest was never silent. There was always the creak of wood, the rustle of unseen creatures, the distant call of birds that might not have been birds at all. But Harry was listening for something specific, something heavier. The acromantulas rarely came this close to the forest's edge during daylight, but rarely was not never, and the memory of his second-year encounter with Aragog's children still visited him in dreams where he preferred Voldemort's company. That was when he felt it. Not heard, not saw, felt. A tingling at the base of his skull, like a finger drawn slowly up his spine. Harry turned, his wand coming up, but there was nothing there. Just trees and mist and the faint, rhythmic drip of moisture from the canopy above. He lowered his wand slowly, frowning. The sensation faded, then returned, sharper this time, more insistent, like a warning bell ringing in a room he couldn't quite locate. "Harry!" Hermione's voice came from behind him, already loaded with concern. She had developed an almost preternatural ability to sense when something was wrong with him, possibly because something was wrong with him so frequently that she'd had abundant practice. "It's nothing," he said, the lie coming as easily as it always did. "Just thought I heard something." He took a step forward, peering into the mist. The ground here was soft with decades of fallen leaves compressed into a spongy carpet that gave slightly under his weight. The web threads were thicker here, strung between trees in complex geometric patterns that spoke to an intelligence Harry found deeply unsettling. Something glinted on the forest floor, a shard of something that caught the light wrong, refracting it in colors that didn't belong in nature. Harry crouched to look at it and found a fragment of what appeared to be glass, but glass that seemed to pulse with a faint inner luminescence, shifting between deep violet and a blue so dark it was almost black. It was half buried in the earth, and the soil around it had a scorched quality, as if the fragment radiated a heat that the surrounding organisms found disagreeable. No moss grew within 6 inches of it. No insects crawled near it. Even the ubiquitous web threads seemed to curve away from the spot, as though the spiders that had spun them had instinctively avoided this small patch of poisoned ground. Harry reached toward it, curiosity overriding the sensible voice in his head that sounded remarkably like Hermione. The spider dropped onto his hand from the web above. It was small, barely the size of a galleon, and Harry's first instinct was simple surprise rather than fear. He'd braced himself for acromantulas the size of cart horses, not something he could have crushed between his fingers. But this spider was wrong in ways that his eyes registered before his mind could catalog. Its body was a deep, iridescent blue-black, like the fragment in the soil, and it seemed to shimmer as it moved, its 8 legs carrying it across the back of Harry's hand with a fluid, almost liquid grace. Its eyes, too many of them, catching the light like tiny dark jewels, seemed to regard Harry with something that might have been recognition. Then it bit him. The pain was extraordinary, wildly disproportionate to the size of the creature that had caused it. Harry gasped and shook his hand violently, sending the spider tumbling into the undergrowth. Twin puncture marks welled on the back of his hand between his second and third knuckles, and the blood that seeped from them looked darker than it should have, almost purple in the forest's dim light. "Harry!" Ron was beside him in an instant, seizing his wrist. "What happened? What was that?" "Spider," Harry managed through gritted teeth. The pain was spreading, radiating up his wrist and along his forearm in hot, pulsing waves that seemed to follow the pathways of his veins. "Small one, blue, it bit me." Hermione abandoned her specimen collection and was at his other side in moments, her face pale, her eyes already sharp with analytical focus. "Let me see." She examined the bite marks, then looked up at him with an expression he didn't like. "Harry, the discoloration around the wound, that's not normal. Not for any spider I know of, magical or otherwise. We need to get you to Madame Pomfrey. Now." Harry wanted to argue he'd had worse, surely, but the pain was doing something strange. It was changing. The hot, pulsing sensation was giving way to something deeper, something that felt less like an injury and more like a restructuring. As if the venom wasn't attacking his body but rewriting it, molecule by molecule, cell by cell. His vision blurred. The forest tilted sideways. "Harry!" Ron's voice came from very far away. "Harry, stay with me, mate." He was aware of being half carried, half dragged through the forest, Hermione on one side and Ron on the other, their voices a blur of urgency above him. The trees streamed past in smears of brown and green. The mist parted around them like curtains. Harry's hand burned where the spider had bitten him, but the burning was everywhere now, in his blood, in his bones, in the spaces between his thoughts. The last thing he saw before consciousness abandoned him entirely was the sky through a break in the canopy, gray and indifferent and impossibly far away. He woke in the hospital wing to a world that had been turned up to 11. That was the only way Harry could think to describe it. Every sense he possessed had been amplified to a degree that was almost physically painful. The starched white sheets beneath him were a topography of individual threads, each one distinct against his skin. The potions on Madame Pomfrey's shelf, 20 feet away, released individual scent signatures that he could separate and identify. Dittany, essence of murtlap, the sharp mineral tang of skeel grow. A fly buzzing against the window at the far end of the ward sounded like a small aircraft. And the sounds from beyond the walls, Merlin, the sounds. He could hear footsteps in the corridor outside, not just as impacts but as complete acoustic profiles. Heavy boots, probably a 7th-year male, slight drag on the left foot suggesting an old Quidditch injury. Light, rapid steps further away, a first-year running late for class, book bag bouncing against her hip, and from somewhere deep in the castle, a rhythmic grinding sound that Harry somehow knew was the mechanism of the moving staircases, stone sliding against enchanted stone. He sat up, and the motion was wrong. Too fast. He'd barely thought about sitting up before his body had executed the movement with a fluid, explosive efficiency that left him momentarily dizzy, not from weakness but from the sheer speed of it. His muscles felt different. Not larger exactly, but denser. More responsive. As if the signals from his brain to his body had been traveling through old copper wire before, and now ran through fiber optics. "Ah, Mr. Potter." Madame Pomfrey appeared from her office, and Harry could hear her heartbeat, steady, professional, with a slight uptick that suggested concern she was working to conceal. "You've been unconscious for 18 hours. Your friends have been haunting my doorway like particularly anxious ghosts." "What happened to me?" Harry asked, and his own voice sounded strange in his ears, richer in detail, carrying harmonics he'd never noticed before. "A spider bite, according to Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. I've treated it with a standard anti-venom and a general-purpose purifying draft." She set a goblet on his bedside table with a practiced motion, and Harry watched her hand move as if in slow motion, every micro-adjustment of her fingers distinct and readable. "The wound has closed nicely, but your fever was quite severe. I want to keep you here for observation." Harry looked down at his hand. The bite marks had sealed into 2 small, silvered scars that caught the light oddly. The skin around them looked normal, but when Harry flexed his fingers, he could feel something new beneath the surface. A kind of electric potential, like a spring compressed and waiting for release. "I feel fine," he said, and the strange thing was that he meant it. He felt better than fine. He felt as if every cell in his body had been stripped down, polished, and reassembled with greater precision than before. His head was clear, clearer than it had been in months. Even the persistent ache of his scar had receded to something almost unnoticeable. Madame Pomfrey gave him the look she reserved for students who claimed to be fine while actively hemorrhaging. "You will stay until I am satisfied, Mr. Potter. Professor Umbridge has already inquired about your absence from classes, and I have taken great pleasure in informing her that my medical judgment supersedes her administrative authority." A faint smile crossed Harry's face. Madame Pomfrey's feud with Umbridge was one of the few genuinely entertaining aspects of the school year. The matron conducted it with the quiet ferocity of a woman who had spent 30 years keeping children alive, and was not about to let a bureaucrat in a pink cardigan tell her how to do it. Ron and Hermione arrived during the lunch hour, carrying a plate of sandwiches and a stack of notes from the morning's classes. Ron's relief was physical. His shoulders dropped a full inch when he saw Harry sitting up, while Hermione's was expressed through an immediate barrage of questions. "How do you feel? Any lingering pain? Numbness? Changes in vision?" "Madame Pomfrey said your fever peaked at 105. That's dangerously high, Harry. That's brain damage territory." "I'm fine," Harry said again, reaching for a sandwich. His hand closed around it with more force than he'd intended, and the bread compressed into a dense wad between his fingers. He stared at it, then carefully relaxed his grip. Actually, I feel incredible. Better than I've felt in months, maybe ever." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look that Harry caught with new clarity, the micro-expressions that passed between them in a fraction of a second. Concern from Hermione, wariness from Ron, a shared undercurrent of something's not right. "The spider," Hermione said, sitting on the edge of his bed and lowering her voice. "Harry, I've been in the library all morning. I can't find any record of a species matching what you described, small, blue-black, iridescent. There are roughly 700 documented species of magical spider in Britain alone, and none of them fit." "Maybe it was just a regular spider," Ron offered, without conviction. "Regular spiders don't cause 18 hours of unconsciousness and a fever of 105. Hermione said with the particular patience she reserved for statements she considered beneath discussion. "And there was something else in that clearing, that fragment in the ground. I went back this morning." "You went back to the Forbidden Forest alone," Harry and Ron said simultaneously, with identical inflections of alarm. "I went back to the edge of the area. I'm not stupid." She pulled something from her bag, a small glass vial containing a sliver of the strange, luminescent material Harry had seen in the forest floor. Even contained, it seemed to pulse with its own light, shifting through those same impossible colors. "This was in the soil near where you were bitten. I don't know what it is, but it's radiating magical energy at levels I've never seen outside of a textbook on theoretical thaumaturgy. My detection charm nearly overloaded." Harry took the vial, and the moment his fingers closed around it, he felt a resonance, a deep, subsonic hum that traveled through the glass and into his bones. It wasn't unpleasant. It felt, bizarrely, like recognition, like two halves of something acknowledging each other across a divide. "Whatever this is," Hermione continued, watching Harry's face with sharp eyes, "it's been in that soil for a very long time. And that spider, I think it was exposed to this material. I think it was mutated by it." "So what?" Ron said. "Harry got bitten by a magic mutant spider. We've dealt with worse. Remember the basilisk? The basilisk tried to kill him. This is different." Hermione bit her lip, a gesture Harry had learned to associate with thoughts she wasn't sure she should voice. "Harry, how do you really feel? And I need you to be honest with me." Harry looked at her. He looked at Ron. He thought about the way the world had sharpened around him, the way he could count the threads in the bedsheets and hear heartbeats through walls and feel a new kind of energy coiled in his muscles like potential converted to physical form. "Different," he said quietly. "I feel completely different." The rest of the day passed in a strange, heightened haze. Madame Pomfrey ran diagnostic charms that came back normal, frustratingly, impossibly normal. Whatever had changed in Harry, it didn't register on standard medical magic. His vitals were perfect. His magical core readings were, if anything, stronger than they'd ever been. There was simply no medical reason to keep him, and by evening, the matron reluctantly discharged him with instructions to return immediately if he experienced any unusual symptoms. Unusual symptoms. Harry almost laughed. The walk back to Gryffindor Tower was an assault on his newly calibrated senses. The castle was alive in ways he'd never perceived before. The stones hummed with centuries of accumulated enchantment. Each suit of armor had its own distinct metallic frequency, and the portraits whispered to each other in undertones that Harry could now hear with crystal clarity. Their gossip about students, and staff a constant background murmur that he had to consciously tune out. He was learning to filter. That was the word for it, filter. His brain was performing triage on the incoming sensory data, sorting the relevant from the overwhelming, turning the volume down on some channels and up on others. It was happening automatically, as if some new operating system had been installed in his neural architecture, and the learning curve was steep but navigable. What he couldn't filter was the physical changes. In the corridor on the way to the fat lady's portrait, Peeves swooped down from the ceiling with a water balloon, cackling with malevolent glee. Harry's body moved before his mind gave it permission. He twisted sideways with a speed that blurred the air around him, the balloon sailing past his head so closely that he felt the displaced air on his cheek, but not a single drop of water touched him. In the same motion, a motion that felt as natural as breathing, his hand snapped up and caught a second balloon that Peeves had thrown at Hermione, his fingers closing around the rubber surface with precisely enough force to arrest its momentum without bursting it. Peeves hung in the air, stunned into rare silence. "Blimey," Ron said. Harry set the balloon down carefully and kept walking, his heart hammering with something that was equal parts exhilaration and terror. That had not been reflexes. That had not been training, or adrenaline, or luck. His body had perceived the threat and responded with a speed and precision that belonged in a different category of physical reality entirely. The dormitory was mercifully empty when they reached it. Seamus and Dean were at dinner, and Neville was in the greenhouses, which meant Harry had a window of privacy, a rare commodity in a shared sleeping space. He sat on his bed and held his hands out in front of him, examining them as if they belonged to someone else. Same hands, same fingers, same lightning bolt scar on the right one where he'd burned himself on a cauldron in third year. But the strength that lived in them now was something new, something that didn't belong in the body of a 15-year-old wizard, however unusual that wizard's history might be. "Try picking something up," Hermione said, her voice carrying the particular quality of a scientist who has found an unexpected data point and is trying very hard to be methodical about her excitement. "Something with a known weight." Harry reached for the brass telescope on his nightstand. The moment his fingers touched the metal, he felt the weight of it in a way he never had before. Not just the gross mass, but the distribution of it, the center of gravity, the precise amount of force required to lift it without either dropping it or launching it through the ceiling. He picked it up with exaggerated care. "Now squeeze it," Hermione said. Harry tightened his grip incrementally. The brass creaked, then groaned. Then, with a sound like a tin can being stepped on, it crumpled inward, the metal folding around his fingers like aluminum foil. He set the ruined telescope down on the bed. The three of them stared at it. "Right," Ron said faintly. "So that's new." "We need to test this properly," Hermione said, and Harry could hear her heartbeat accelerating with academic fervor. "Systematically. Strength, speed, reflexes, sensory changes, Harry. What else is different? What can you perceive that you couldn't before? Harry closed his eyes and let the world in. The castle breathed around him, thousands of small sounds layering into a symphony of stone and magic and human activity. He could hear the house elves working in the kitchen 4 floors below, the clatter of plates and the sizzle of cooking, their high-pitched voices directing traffic around the evening meal. He could hear Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, padding along a corridor on the 2nd floor, each footfall a tiny percussion against the flagstones. He could hear the whooping willow on the grounds outside, its branches creaking in the evening wind, and beyond it, the soft lapping of the lake against its shores, and the distant, eerie songs of the merpeople carried up through the water and the earth and the stone to reach him here, in a tower hundreds of feet above. Everything, Harry whispered, opening his eyes. I can hear everything. The testing, when they conducted it later that night in an empty classroom on the 7th floor, was revelatory. Harry lifted Ron's trunk, fully packed, easily 60 pounds, with one hand, holding it at arm's length without tremor or strain, as casually as he might hold a quill. He caught every object Hermione threw at him, regardless of speed or angle, his hand snapping to the correct position before the projectile had covered half the distance. He jumped from a standing position and touched the 12-foot ceiling with his palm, landing with a cat's silent grace. And then there was the wall. Harry wasn't sure what made him try it. An instinct, perhaps, something coded into whatever new biological software the spider's venom had installed. He placed his palms flat against the stone wall of the classroom and pushed, not outward, inward, as if he were trying to press his hands into the stone itself. They stuck, not stuck like glue, stuck like magnets, with a force that was selective and controllable. Harry pressed harder, feeling the connection establish itself, and then he pulled himself upward. His feet found the wall and held. He climbed. Hand over hand, his body pressed close to the vertical surface, defying gravity with a casual ease that made Ron swear so loudly that Hermione hit him with a silencing charm out of sheer reflex. Harry crawled across the ceiling, looking down at his friends from 12 feet above. The world inverted was strange but not disorienting. His inner ear had adjusted instantly, as if his vestibular system had received the same upgrade as the rest of him. "This is impossible," Hermione breathed, craning her neck to look up at him. "There's no magical precedent for this. Adhesion charms exist, but they require a wand and conscious casting. This is biological. This is part of you." Harry let go with one hand and dangled from the ceiling by the other, grinning despite himself. For the first time in months, for the first time since Cedric's death and Voldemort's return and the Ministry's lies and Umbridge's sadism, he felt something other than anger and grief and helplessness. He felt powerful, not the power of magic which had always felt like something external, something channeled through a wooden stick and shaped by Latin words, but a power that was woven into his very cells, inseparable from his flesh and blood and bone. "Come down before you break your neck," Ron said, the silencing charm having worn off. "And then explain to me how a spider the size of a biscuit turned you into whatever this is." Harry dropped from the ceiling, flipping in midair, the rotation happening automatically, his body knowing exactly how to orient itself, and landed on his feet with barely a sound. The floor didn't even creak. "I don't know," Harry said, "but I don't think it's going to go away." They stayed up past midnight, talking in low voices behind the drawn curtains of Harry's four-poster. Ron ate his way through a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, with the steady determination of a man processing extraordinary information through the medium of sugar. Hermione filled 3 pages of parchment with observations and hypotheses, her quill scratching rapidly in the dim wandlight. The prevailing theory, which Hermione had constructed with characteristic rigor and was already poking holes in herself, went something like this. The fragment in the forest was part of something larger, an artifact or structure of unknown origin that had been buried beneath Hogwarts for centuries, possibly millennia. It radiated a form of magical energy that was distinct from standard witchcraft, something more primal, more raw, operating at a level that interacted with biological tissue rather than the magical core. The spider had been exposed to this energy for its entire life, saturated with it, and when it bit Harry, it had transmitted not just venom but a kind of magical mutagen that had rewritten his physical capabilities from the ground up. "The question is why," Hermione said, tapping her quill against her parchment. "Why these specific changes? Enhanced senses, strength, adhesion, reflexes, they're all spider-associated traits scaled up to human proportions. It's as if the mutation used the spider as a template and applied it to your biology." "That's exactly what it did," Harry said. He couldn't explain how he knew this, but he did. He could feel the spider's legacy in every fiber of his being, a new layer of instinct laid over his human consciousness, not replacing it but augmenting it. He was still Harry Potter, he was still a wizard, but he was something else now too, something that had never existed before. "Harry," Hermione's voice dropped to a near whisper, and her eyes held the particular gravity she reserved for things she considered genuinely dangerous. "No one can know about this." "Agreed," Ron said immediately. Umbridge would have him in a cage at the Ministry before breakfast. The thought landed in Harry's stomach like a stone. Umbridge's educational decrees already treated him like a dangerous animal. Her blood quill detentions, her constant surveillance, her persistent efforts to discredit and isolate him. If she learned that he had been physically transformed by an unknown magical agent, her response would be swift and terrible. The Ministry's classification of magical creatures was a Byzantine system of prejudice and power, and Harry had seen how it treated those who fell outside its narrow definitions of acceptable. Remus Lupin, banned from teaching because of what he became one night a month. Hagrid, perpetually suspect because of his giant blood. A boy who could climb walls and crush brass with his bare hands would find no sympathy in Dolores Umbridge's bureaucracy. "We tell no one," Harry said firmly. "Not Dumbledore, not McGonagall, not Hagrid, not until we understand what's happening to me." "But Dumbledore might be able to help," Hermione began. "Dumbledore hasn't spoken to me in months," Harry said, and the bitterness in his voice was old and well-worn. "He won't look at me. Whatever his reasons are, I'm not going to hand him another reason to keep his distance." Hermione looked unhappy but didn't argue. Ron, for once, seemed to side with Harry completely, not out of his occasional resentment of authority, but out of a protective instinct that ran deeper than friendship. "We figure this out ourselves," Ron said. "The three of us, like we always do." Harry nodded, and something warm moved through his chest that had nothing to do with spider venom or magical mutations. These two people, this boy who had followed him into the Chamber of Secrets and this girl who had turned back time to save an innocent man, they were his fixed points. Whatever else changed, they wouldn't. He said good night and drew his curtains and lay in the darkness, listening to the castle settle into sleep around him. Every creak of timber, every whisper of wind through arrow slits, every heartbeat in every dormitory came to him through his new ears with the fidelity of a symphony orchestra warming up. He could hear Neville mumbling in his sleep 2 beds away, something about his grandmother and a cactus. He could hear Seamus's breathing, deep and slow, Dean's occasional restless shifting. And beneath all of it, beneath the human sounds and the castle's ancient voice and the wind and the water and the living forest beyond the walls, Harry could hear something else, something deep, a pulse that seemed to come from the earth itself, rhythmic and patient and vast, like the heartbeat of a sleeping giant. He pressed his palm flat against the stone wall beside his bed, and it stuck there, held fast by whatever new force lived beneath his skin. The stone was cold and rough against his palm, and through it he could feel the castle, not just as a structure but as a presence. 1,000 years of magic layered into every block, every arch, every staircase. Hogwarts was alive in a way that he'd always sensed but never truly perceived until now. Harry closed his eyes, his hands still pressed to the wall, and tried to sleep. But sleep was a long time coming because his body wasn't tired. His body felt as if it had been asleep for 15 years and had finally, violently, woken up. When unconsciousness finally claimed him, it brought dreams. He was in the forest again, but the forest was different, older, the trees towering to impossible heights, their trunks wider than houses. The air shimmered with visible magic, golden motes drifting like pollen through shafts of light that fell between the branches in cathedral columns. Harry walked through this primeval landscape with the floating certainty of dreams, his bare feet pressing into moss that was thick and warm as carpet. He came to a clearing, and in the clearing there was a web. It was enormous, strung between 4 of the ancient trees, spanning 100 feet in every direction, its threads catching the golden light and burning with it until the entire structure seemed to be woven from captured sunlight. At its center, something pulsed, the same blue-black luminescence he'd seen in the forest fragment, but magnified 1,000-fold. A heart of living light that beat in perfect synchronization with the pulse Harry had felt through the castle walls. He walked toward it, drawn by a compulsion that was stronger than curiosity and deeper than desire. The web trembled at his approach, its threads vibrating with frequencies that he could feel in his bones, and as he reached the center, the light reached out to him, tendrils of luminescence that wrapped around his hands, his arms, his chest, not constraining but connecting, drawing him into a network of sensation that was vast beyond comprehension. He understood in that moment, without words or logic, what had happened to him, what was still happening. The spider had been a catalyst, not a cause, a small creature carrying a fragment of something immeasurably old and powerful, something that had been waiting in the earth beneath the forest for an age of the world, patient as stone, until the right vessel came within reach. The light pulsed, and Harry pulsed with it, and for one crystalline instant he felt every living thing in the forest, every spider in its web, every bird on its branch, every creature in its burrow, all of them connected, all of them part of a single shimmering network of life and magic that extended far beyond sight or sense. Then the dream shifted, and Voldemort was there, not in the forest, in a dark room somewhere distant, his white face and red eyes illuminated by firelight, his lipless mouth curved in an expression of concentration. He was leaning over a table covered in maps and documents, his skeletal fingers tracing routes and marking positions, and the cold intelligence in his gaze was terrible in its precision. He was planning something, something that involved Hogwarts. Harry felt the connection between them like a wire pulled taut, the familiar, sickening intimacy of their linked minds. But it was different now, stronger, clearer. He could feel Voldemort's emotions with a vividness that was almost unbearable, the Dark Lord's impatience, his contempt, his obsessive focus on a goal that Harry couldn't quite discern. And then Voldemort looked up. His red eyes widened. For one horrible, endless second, they stared at each other across the chasm of dream and distance, and Harry felt Voldemort's surprise, genuine surprise which was itself surprising, because Voldemort was a creature who prided himself on being beyond such pedestrian emotions. "Something has changed," Voldemort whispered, and the words came not through the air but through the connection itself, carried along the wire that linked scar to scar, mind to mind. "Something has changed in you, Harry Potter." Harry woke gasping, his hand still stuck to the wall, his heart hammering with a force that he could feel in his temples, his throat, the tips of his fingers. The dormitory was dark. silent except for the breathing of sleeping boys and the eternal wind around the tower. Dawn was still hours away, but Harry knew he wouldn't sleep again tonight. He pulled his hand from the wall. It came away with a faint, sucking sound and sat up, pressing his palms to his face. Something had changed. Something fundamental, something irreversible. And Voldemort had noticed. Harry sat in the darkness, listening to the castle breathe, and felt the new power coiled within him like a living thing, beautiful and terrifying and entirely his own. Whatever came next, there was no going back. The following morning was an exercise in controlled deception. Harry dressed with exaggerated care, conscious of every movement, every application of force. Buttons that he'd fastened 1,000 times now required deliberate restraint. Too much pressure and the thread would snap. Too fast, and the button would shoot across the room like a tiny projectile. He broke his toothbrush handle before he'd finished brushing his teeth, and had to repair it with a whispered reparo, filing away the incident as another data point in the expanding catalog of his new reality. Breakfast in the Great Hall was overwhelming. The combined sensory output of several hundred teenagers eating, talking, laughing, and occasionally throwing food was a wall of stimulus that hit Harry like a physical force when he walked through the doors. Smells, bacon fat and scrambled eggs and porridge, and the faint burned sugar scent of someone's pumpkin juice, underlaid by the collective olfactory signature of hundreds of human bodies in a confined space. Sounds, the clash of cutlery on plates, the buzz of 100 simultaneous conversations, the rustle of robes and the scrape of benches, a first-year crying quietly at the Hufflepuff table, Professor Flitwick's high-pitched laugh from the staff table. Harry's jaw tightened, and he focused on filtering, turning the noise into a background hum, finding the frequency of manageable. He sat between Ron and Hermione, reached for the toast rack, and carefully, so carefully, extracted a single piece without destroying it. This small victory felt disproportionately significant. "You look like you're defusing a bomb," Ron muttered around a mouthful of sausage. "I feel like I'm defusing a bomb," Harry said quietly. "Everything's so loud, so bright. It's like—" He stopped. Across the hall at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was staring at him. Not the usual contemptuous glance or the theatrical sneer, a focused, analytical stare that reminded Harry uncomfortably of the way Hermione looked at a particularly challenging equation. Malfoy's gray eyes held a quality of attention that Harry's new senses read as intentional surveillance. Harry met his gaze. Malfoy didn't look away. After a long moment, the blond boy turned back to his breakfast, but there was something deliberate in the motion, as if he were filing away what he'd observed for later analysis. "Malfoy's watching me," Harry murmured. "Malfoy's always watching you," Hermione said. "It's his third favorite hobby after being unpleasant and disappointing his father. This is different. He's looking at me like he knows something's changed." "He can't know anything," Ron said firmly. "Nobody saw what happened except us." And Hermione memory charmed the spider, so— "I didn't memory charm the spider, Ronald. The spider disappeared into the undergrowth. I memory charmed the specimen jars so they'd stop trying to climb out." She paused. "Also, you can't memory charm a spider. They don't have the neurological architecture for declarative memory." Harry let the familiar rhythm of their bickering wash over him like a comfort. He ate his toast, each bite an exercise in calibrated jaw pressure, and drank his pumpkin juice, and pretended that the world hadn't fundamentally rearranged itself around him overnight. The first class of the day was potions, because the universe had a vindictive sense of humor. The dungeon classroom was a challenge for Harry's enhanced senses. The smell of simmering ingredients was so intense that he could practically taste each component individually, and the low stone ceiling reflected sound in ways that made every whispered conversation ring in his ears. Snape swept in with his usual theatrical menace, robes billowing, and began the lesson with a 15-minute lecture on the draft of peace that was essentially a masterclass in making students feel inadequate. Harry kept his head down, his hands flat on the desk, and noticed with a jolt of alarm that his palms were sticking slightly to the wood. He lifted them carefully, leaving faint marks in the varnish, and crossed his arms instead, tucking his hands under his elbows. "Potter," Snape's voice cut across the room like a blade. "Since you seem to find your desk more interesting than my instruction, perhaps you'd care to tell us the consequence of adding too much hellebore to this potion." The room went quiet. 30 pairs of eyes turned to Harry. From the Slytherin side, Malfoy watched with open anticipation of humiliation. Harry opened his mouth to admit he didn't know, and found, to his surprise, that he did know. Not from Snape's lecture, and not from the textbook he hadn't read, but from the smell. He could smell the hellebore on Snape's demonstration table, could parse its chemical signature with a precision that was almost molecular, and his brain, his newly optimized, spider-enhanced brain, made connections it had never made before, extrapolating from the scent data to the potion's mechanism to the inevitable consequence of excess. "Irreversible sleep," Harry said. "Too much hellebore shifts the draft of peace from a calming agent to a soporific. The patient doesn't relax, they never wake up." The silence that followed was different from the silence of anticipation. This was the silence of surprise. Snape's eyes narrowed, and Harry could see the gears turning behind that hooded gaze, not anger, not exactly, but the particular discomfort of a man whose favorite target had just failed to provide ammunition. "Correct," Snape said, the word seeming to cause him physical pain. 5 points from Gryffindor for inattention. Ron made a noise of outrage that Harry silenced with a slight shake of his head. He didn't care about the points. He cared about what had just happened, the speed of his thoughts, the connections his mind had made, the way information had assembled itself from raw sensory data into knowledge without any conscious effort. His brain had changed along with his body, and the implications of that were staggering. The rest of the morning passed in a series of near misses and careful concealments. In charms, Harry caught a wayward book that had been launched by Seamus's botched levitation charm, his hand shooting out with a speed that drew Flitwick's appreciative comment about excellent reflexes, Mr. Potter. In the corridor afterward, he accidentally tore a page from his textbook while turning it too quickly, the paper parting like tissue under his fingers. In defense against the dark arts, Umbridge's class, that pantomime of education, he sat with his hands in his lap and his jaw clenched, feeling the new power in his muscles like a caged animal pressing against bars, while Umbridge droned on about the theoretical approach to defensive magic and the dangers of actually practicing spells. Her eyes lingered on him more than usual, and Harry's enhanced hearing caught the scratch of her quill during class as she wrote notes in her ever-present pink notebook. He couldn't see what she wrote, but the rhythm of her writing, quick, decisive strokes, suggested something more purposeful than casual observation. The day's true test came after dinner, in the corridor outside the Great Hall. Malfoy was waiting for him. Not obviously, he was leaning against a pillar in a pose of studied nonchalance, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, who provided the same decorative function as gargoyles on a cathedral. But the positioning was deliberate, and when Harry emerged from the hall with Ron and Hermione, Malfoy pushed off the pillar and stepped into their path with the easy confidence of someone who had never faced a consequence he couldn't buy his way out of. "Potter, you look different. What happened in the forest?" Harry's spider sense, that was the only name he could think of for the tingling sensation at the base of his skull that flared whenever danger approached, gave a faint but distinct pulse. Not alarm, exactly, more like awareness. Malfoy wasn't a physical threat, but he was a threat of a different kind, and whatever lived beneath Harry's new instincts recognized it. "I got bitten by a spider," Harry said flatly. Spent the night in the hospital wing. It was very boring. Now move." Malfoy didn't move. His gray eyes raked over Harry with an attention to detail that went beyond casual antagonism. "My father says there are things in that forest that the Ministry doesn't know about. Old things. Powerful things." His voice dropped, conspiratorial despite the public setting. "He says Dumbledore knows and keeps them hidden, uses them." "Your father says a lot of things," Ron said, stepping forward. "Most of them while kneeling in front of you-know-who." The silence that followed this remark had a dangerous quality. Crabbe and Goyle shifted their considerable weight, and Malfoy's face went white, not with fear but with a rage so intense it seemed to bleach the color from him. "Careful, Weasley," Malfoy whispered. "Very careful." "Ron!" Harry put a hand on his friend's shoulder and felt the tension in Ron's body through the contact, the elevated heart rate, the adrenaline response, the readiness for a fight that Ron had never been one to back away from. "Leave it. He's not worth it." They walked away, Harry's hand still on Ron's shoulder, guiding him down the corridor with a gentle pressure that was, in truth, the lightest touch Harry dared apply. Behind them, Malfoy's voice carried clearly to Harry's ears, but only to Harry's ears. "Something's happened to him, Crabbe. Something significant. I need to write to my father." The walk back to Gryffindor Tower was silent. Harry's mind was racing, processing the day's data with a speed and clarity that felt almost superhuman, because he supposed it was. Malfoy's interest was a complication he hadn't anticipated, and the mention of Lucius Malfoy raised the stakes considerably. If word reached the Death Eaters that Harry had been changed by something in the Forbidden Forest, if it reached Voldemort, his scar gave a sharp, sudden throb, as if in response to the thought. Harry pressed his fingers to it and felt Voldemort's presence on the other side of the connection, distant but attentive, like a predator that had caught an unfamiliar scent on the wind. That night, after Ron's snores had begun their familiar rumbling symphony, and the castle had settled into its nocturnal rhythms, Harry sat on the edge of his bed and stared at his hands in the darkness. He could see them perfectly. His vision in low light had been transformed. The dormitory, which should have been pitch black with the curtains drawn, was rendered in shades of deep blue and silver, every detail crisp and clear. His hands looked the same as they always had, but he knew in his bones, in his blood, in the spaces between his atoms that they were something new. He thought about what Hermione had said, something that had been waiting in the earth beneath the forest for an age of the world, patient as stone, until the right vessel came within reach. He thought about the dream, the golden web, the pulsing light, the vast network of connection that had momentarily included him in its architecture. He thought about Voldemort's whisper. "Something has changed in you, Harry Potter." Harry lay back and pressed his palms to the stone wall above his bed. They held fast, anchoring him, connecting him to the castle and the earth beneath it and whatever ancient power slumbered there. Something had changed. Everything had changed. And in the morning, he would have to face a world that hadn't changed with him. A world of Umbridge and Voldemort and the daily grinding machinery of a ministry that wanted him silenced and a dark lord who wanted him dead. But tonight, in the darkness, stuck to the wall of a tower that had stood for 1,000 years, Harry Potter allowed himself a single, unguarded thought. Whatever this was, whatever he was becoming, it felt like his. Not the scar that Voldemort had given him. Not the fame he'd never asked for. Not the prophecy he didn't know about yet hanging over his head like an axe. This was his, and he was not afraid. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2, with great power. 3 days after the bite, Harry discovered that the room of requirement could become anything, including a training ground for abilities that no textbook had ever documented and no professor could have taught. He found it by accident, or perhaps by instinct. It was past curfew, and he was walking the 7th-floor corridor with his invisibility cloak pulled tight around his shoulders, driven from the dormitory by an energy that wouldn't let him sleep. His body hummed with surplus vitality, muscles that wanted to stretch, reflexes that wanted to fire, senses that wanted to range beyond the confining walls of a four-poster bed. He needed space. He needed to move. The room opened for him on the third pass, and what it provided was extraordinary even by its considerable standards. The space that materialized behind the suddenly appearing door was cavernous, easily the size of the Quidditch pitch, with a ceiling that vaulted into darkness high above. The walls were a mosaic of surfaces: rough stone, smooth marble, raw wood, metal grating, even sections of what appeared to be glass. Obstacles sprouted from the floor at irregular intervals: pillars, walls, overhangs, narrow gaps, elevated platforms connected by nothing but air and ambition. The entire space was oriented vertically as much as horizontally, as if designed for a creature that didn't consider the ground its primary domain. Harry pulled off the cloak and looked at the room. The room looked back. Then he began to climb. He started with the stone wall nearest the door, pressing his palms flat against the surface and feeling the now familiar adhesion engage. The sensation had become more intuitive over the past 3 days, less like an ability he was using and more like a sense he'd always had, newly awakened. His fingers found the stone and held, and he pulled himself upward with a fluid, effortless strength that made the vertical surface feel as natural as a floor. He climbed 30 feet in the time it would have taken him to walk across the dormitory. At the top of the wall, where it met the vaulted ceiling, he paused and looked down. The drop was enough to kill, or at least to seriously injure, and some primitive part of his brain, the old part, the merely human part, sent a flutter of vertigo through his stomach. But the new part, the spider part, was utterly unconcerned. Heights were not threats. Heights were vantage points. Harry released one hand, then the other, and hung from the ceiling by his feet alone. The world inverted around him, but his equilibrium held. His inner ear and his visual cortex had reached an accommodation with his new abilities that rendered orientation irrelevant. Up was wherever he was standing. He began to traverse the ceiling, moving between the obstacles the room had provided, and with each movement his body learned. Not in the slow, incremental way that normal learning worked, hours of practice yielding marginal improvement, but in great leaps of competence, as if the spider's venom had installed not just physical capabilities, but the instinctive knowledge of how to use them. By the time he'd crossed the ceiling twice, he was moving with a speed and fluidity that blurred the line between running and flying, his hands and feet finding purchase on surfaces that should have been impossible to grip, his body twisting and flowing around obstacles with a grace that was entirely inhuman. The spider sense, he'd given up trying to find a better name for it, was a constant presence now, a sixth sense that operated below conscious awareness, painting the world in gradients of safety and danger. In the training room, with no actual threats present, it manifested as a subtle awareness of his surroundings, the exact distance to every surface, the precise trajectory his body would follow if he leaped from any given point, the structural integrity of whatever he was gripping. It was, he realized, the navigational system that allowed a spider to build its web in the dark, an absolute spatial awareness that made vision almost redundant. He dropped from the ceiling, a controlled fall, arms spread, the air rushing past him for 2 exhilarating seconds before his hands caught a horizontal bar 30 feet above the floor and swung him forward in a wide arc. Momentum carried him to the next platform, where he landed on his fingertips and the balls of his feet, perfectly balanced, barely breathing hard. Brilliant! Harry nearly fell off the platform. He spun, his spider sense firing a fraction of a second too late, Whoever had spoken wasn't a threat, which meant the sense had categorized them as safe and hadn't bothered to alert him. Ron and Hermione stood in the doorway, both in pajamas, both staring at him with expressions that mixed awe and anxiety in roughly equal proportion. Ron had a half-eaten chocolate frog in one hand and his wand in the other. Hermione had her beaded bag, which Harry had learned contained, at any given time, enough reference material to stock a small library branch. "How did you find me?" Harry asked, dropping to the ground from the 20-foot platform, a feat that made Ron flinch visibly, despite having seen Harry's capabilities demonstrated several times already. "The Marauder's map," Hermione said, pulling the folded parchment from her bag. "I borrowed it from your trunk. You were pacing the 7th-floor corridor at 1 in the morning, and then you vanished. Given the limited number of reasons a person might vanish on the 7th floor, we figured you'd gone to the room of requirement to do." Ron gestured broadly at the obstacle course. "This." Harry opened his mouth to apologize, to explain, to give some justification for sneaking out alone. But Hermione cut him off with a raised hand and the particular expression that meant she had already processed his emotional state, anticipated his response, and decided to skip ahead to the productive part of the conversation. "We're not angry," she said. "We're here to help. I've been reading everything I can find on magical mutations, transmutation biology, and the intersection of non-human magical abilities with wizarding physiology. There isn't much. This area of magical theory is almost entirely unexplored, but I've developed a testing protocol that should help us understand the full extent of what's happened to you." She reached into her bag and produced a sheaf of parchment covered in her small, precise handwriting. Harry saw headers, strength parameters, sensory range, adhesion mechanics, reflex velocity, cognitive enhancement. "You made a syllabus," Ron said flatly, "for Harry's spider powers." "I made a testing framework," Hermione corrected, "with measurable outcomes and reproducible conditions. This is science, Ronald, or magic, or both. Whatever it is, guessing won't help. We need data." The testing took 3 hours. Hermione was methodical, relentless, and thoroughly in her element. She started with strength, having Harry lift progressively heavier objects that the room of requirement obligingly provided, iron weights in increments of 10 pounds, then 50, then 100-pound blocks that Harry lifted over his head with less effort than most people expended opening a jar. The ceiling of his strength was hard to determine. At 400 pounds, the weight hadn't approached his limit, but Hermione ran out of calibrated objects, and the room's attempts to provide heavier alternatives were increasingly creative and decreasingly practical. A grand piano was not, Hermione pointed out, a useful unit of measurement, however impressive it looked held aloft in one hand. "Conservatively, you can lift at least 20 times your own body weight," Hermione announced, recording the figures with a quill that moved so fast it blurred. "That's comparable to an actual spider's proportional strength. If the scaling is truly proportional, which I suspect it is, your maximum might be considerably higher." Speed testing was next. The room provided a measured sprint course, and Hermione borrowed Harry's watch to time his runs. The results were absurd. Harry covered 100 feet in under 3 seconds, not quite enough to outrun a curse in flight, but enough to make him nearly impossible to target with one. His reaction time, tested by Hermione hurling tennis balls at him from unpredictable angles, a Muggle technique she'd adapted, using summoning charms for variety, was measured in hundredths of a second. He caught every single ball, even those aimed at his back, guided by the spider sense to positions that preempted the projectile's arrival. "Your reaction time is between 20 and 40 milliseconds," Hermione reported, her voice carrying the particular breathlessness she reserved for genuinely extraordinary discoveries. "Average human reaction time is around 250 milliseconds. You're processing and responding to stimuli roughly 10 times faster than a normal person. Is that good? Ron asked. That's inhuman, Hermione said simply. In the literal sense, no human being, magical or otherwise, has ever been documented reacting that quickly. Professional Quidditch seekers average around 120 milliseconds. Harry is twice as fast as the fastest seeker ever recorded. Harry absorbed this information with a complicated mix of pride and unease. The numbers made it real in a way that the subjective experience hadn't quite managed. He wasn't just a wizard with unusually good reflexes. He was operating on a fundamentally different physical plane than every other human being on the planet. The sensory tests confirmed what Harry already knew. His hearing extended into ranges that should have been inaudible. His vision in low light was functionally perfect, and his sense of smell had become acute enough to identify individual ingredients in a potion by scent alone. But the most fascinating discovery was about the spider sense itself. Describe exactly what you feel, Hermione said, taking notes with the intensity of someone who knew they were documenting something unprecedented. Harry struggled for words. It's like, imagine you could feel the shape of a room without seeing it. Every wall, every object, every person, they all have a kind of weight in my awareness. And when something changes, when something moves, or when danger approaches, the weight shifts. It gets louder in that direction, like a compass needle swinging toward true north. Does it interact with magic? That's the strange part. Harry paused, reaching for precision. It doesn't just sense physical threats. When someone nearby casts a spell, I can feel it before it happens. Not the incantation, the intention. The moment someone decides to cast, there's a change in them, in their magical field or their body language or something, and my spider sense picks it up. Hermione's quill stopped. She looked up at Harry with wide, brilliant eyes. Harry, she said slowly, do you realize what you're describing? You're talking about precognitive threat detection that interfaces with magical intention. That's not a physical ability. That's something closer to legilimency, but passive, involuntary, and specialized for danger recognition. Is that possible? Nothing about you is possible. That's rather the point. She scribbled furiously, then looked up again. I want to test something. Ron cast a hex at Harry. What? A mild hex, a stinging jinx. I want to see if the spider sense can predict magical attacks with enough lead time for Harry to dodge. Ron looked at Harry. Harry shrugged. Ron raised his wand. Whenever Harry moved before Ron's wand had completed the jinx's motion. He didn't think about it, didn't decide to dodge. His body simply flowed sideways. A smooth, boneless evasion that carried him 3 feet to the left in the time between Ron's intention forming and the spell leaving his wand tip. The stinging jinx passed through the space Harry had occupied and splashed harmlessly against the wall behind him. Ron stared. Hermione scribbled. Again, she said. From behind this time. Ron circled behind Harry. Harry stood with his eyes closed, every sense focused on the tingling awareness at the base of his skull. He felt Ron's position like a warm spot on a cold day, a presence in his spatial map, distinct and readable. He felt the subtle shift in Ron's stance as he raised his wand, the micro-tension in his shoulder, the gathering of magical energy in the wand's core. The spider sense screamed. Harry twisted, dropping into a crouch that took him beneath the jinx's trajectory with centimeters to spare. In the same motion, his hand shot up and caught Ron's wand wrist, gently, but with enough speed to draw a yelp of surprise. Merlin saggy, Ron began. Language, Hermione said automatically, still writing. They ran the test 11 more times with Ron, then Hermione, then both of them casting simultaneously from different positions. Harry dodged every spell. Not just dodged, evaded with an economy of motion that was almost artistic. Each dodge the absolute minimum movement required. his body finding the gaps between spells with an instinct that went beyond training or talent into something that could only be called preternatural. "You're untouchable," Hermione said finally, setting down her quill with the expression of someone who had just arrived at a conclusion that frightened her as much as it fascinated her. "At close to medium range with your spider sense active, you may be impossible to hit with a spell. The detection is fast enough and your physical response time is short enough that you can evade anything that isn't instantaneous and unavoidable." "What about the killing curse?" Ron asked quietly. The room went still. "The killing curse travels at approximately 200 feet per second," Hermione said, her voice carefully controlled. "A fast spell, but not instantaneous. Harry's reaction time is 40 milliseconds. At 10 feet close dueling range, he would have roughly 30 milliseconds to react. That's within his response window." She paused. "In theory, Harry can dodge Avada Kedavra." Nobody spoke for a long time. Then Ron said very quietly, "Harry, you know what this means." Harry knew. The thought had been growing in him since the first night, since he'd crawled across the ceiling of an empty classroom and felt the power in his muscles and the clarity in his mind, and the vast, tingling awareness of his spider sense painting the world in threat and safety. He was no longer just a boy with a scar and a prophecy. He was something that Voldemort had never encountered, something that the Death Eaters weren't prepared for, something that Umbridge couldn't control and the Ministry couldn't classify. He was a weapon, and the war hadn't even started yet. The days that followed established a pattern. Harry attended classes during the day, maintaining the facade of ordinary student life with increasing skill. He learned to calibrate his strength, moderate his speed, and filter his senses until he could pass for normal in all but the most scrutinized situations. At night after curfew, he trained in the room of requirement, pushing the boundaries of his abilities with Hermione's systematic rigor and Ron's enthusiastic encouragement. The training evolved rapidly. The room responded to Harry's needs with an intelligence that suggested it understood, on some level, what was happening to him. The obstacle courses became more complex, the challenges more nuanced. Surfaces that changed texture as he climbed. Moving platforms that required split-second timing. Simulated attacks, magical constructs that hurled hexes and objects at him from unpredictable angles, testing his spider sense against an increasingly sophisticated array of threats. By the end of the first week, Harry could traverse the room's most complex obstacle course in under 90 seconds, a feat that involved climbing 60 feet of wall, crossing a ceiling studded with retractable spikes, leaping between platforms that moved and tilted, and evading a gauntlet of conjured projectiles, all while maintaining a speed that would have been impressive on flat ground. He did it in near silence, his body flowing through the challenges with the fluid, impossible grace of something that had never been fully human. But it was the intersection of his spider abilities with his magic that proved most transformative. It started in the second week, during a late-night session where Hermione had asked Harry to practice basic spellwork while climbing. The idea was to test whether his magical accuracy suffered when his body was in motion on a vertical surface, a reasonable concern, since most wizards could barely walk and cast simultaneously, let alone climb a wall upside down. Harry gripped the ceiling with his feet, hung inverted, and cast a stunning spell at a target across the room. The spell flew true, perfectly aimed, arriving at the target's center with a precision that would have earned full marks in any Newt examination. "Interesting," Hermione said. "Your magical aim isn't affected by orientation." "That makes sense. Spellcasting is a function of intention and wand movement, not physical positioning." "Try it without the wand," Ron suggested from the floor, where he was lying on a conjured sofa eating crisps with the air of a man watching particularly good television. Harry looked at his wand, then tucked it into his belt. He focused on the target, raised his empty hand, and thought stupefy with the same intensity he'd bring to a wanded cast. The spell erupted from his palm, not the focused beam of a wand cast stupefy, but a wider, more visceral pulse of red energy that hit the target with enough force to blast it off its stand and into the far wall, where it shattered. The room went very quiet. "Okay," Ron said, sitting up slowly. "That's new." It was new, and over the next several sessions it became clear that it was just the beginning. Harry's enhanced neurological system, the same upgrade that gave him reaction times in the milliseconds and a spatial awareness that bordered on omniscience, was interfacing with his magical core in ways that no one had anticipated. Wandless casting, which most adult wizards struggled with for their entire careers, came to Harry as naturally as breathing. His spells without a wand were different from his wand-cast magic, rawer, more powerful, less refined, but with a directness and force that made up for what they lacked in elegance. And then there were the webs. Harry discovered them by accident during a moment of frustration. He was reaching for a book that Hermione had left on a high shelf, reaching without thinking, his hand extended, his mind focused on the object he wanted, and something shot from his wrist. It was a strand of silvery material, thin as thread but strong as steel cable, that arced across the room and adhered to the book's spine. Harry stared at it, then gave an experimental tug. The book flew off the shelf and into his hand with a satisfying thwack. "What," said Ron, "in the name of Merlin's most intimate undergarments was that?" Hermione was already examining the strand, which hung in the air between Harry's wrist and the now empty shelf, glinting in the candlelight. She touched it carefully and found it sticky on one side, smooth on the other. She tugged it and found it incredibly strong. She couldn't break it with both hands pulling at full strength. She cast analytical charms on it and found it registered as both biological and magical, a hybrid substance that didn't fit any known category. "It's silk," she breathed. "Spider silk. But it's not coming from a spinneret. It's being generated by your magic, channeled through your body." She looked at Harry with an expression of pure, undiluted astonishment. "Harry, your abilities aren't just physical anymore. Your magic has adapted to your transformation. It's producing magical constructs modeled on spider biology." Harry looked at his wrist. There was no visible change, no opening, no gland, nothing mechanical. The silk had simply appeared, extruded by an act of will through skin that looked entirely normal. He raised his other hand, pointed at the far wall, and thought pull. A webline shot from his wrist, crossed 30 feet of air, and stuck to the stone with a sound like a whip crack. Harry gripped it. The strand adhered to his palm without any conscious effort and pulled. The line went taut, and Harry felt its strength. It would hold his weight easily, would hold 10 times his weight without strain. He pulled himself forward, swinging off the ground, the webline carrying him in a wide arc across the room. The sensation was indescribable, the freedom of flight without a broom, the precise control of his body's trajectory through space, the web line responding to his intentions as if it were an extension of his nervous system. He released at the apex of his swing, sailed through the air in a graceful parabola, and stuck to the opposite wall with both hands, 20 feet above the floor. Ron was on his feet. His crisps were on the floor. His mouth was open so wide that Harry could count his teeth from across the room. "I want to be bitten by a spider," Ron said. "No, you don't," Hermione said firmly. "The fever alone nearly killed him. And we have no idea if the mutation is replicable. The spider that bit Harry was unique, exposed to that artifact fragment for its entire lifespan. Another spider, another person, the result could be anything, or nothing, or death." Harry dropped from the wall, landing silently, and looked at the web line still connecting his wrist to the far wall. It glistened in the light, beautiful and impossible. "This changes things," he said quietly. "This changes everything," Hermione corrected. She was right, and the first thing it changed was the DA. Dumbledore's army had been meeting in the Room of Requirement since the start of term, a clandestine defense group born of necessity and defiance, teaching the practical magic that Umbridge refused to allow. Harry had founded it reluctantly and led it with growing confidence, finding in the role of teacher a purpose that made the rest of fifth year bearable. Now, with his transformation, the teaching took on a new dimension. He didn't reveal his abilities to the DA. That secret remained locked between himself, Ron, and Hermione. But his enhanced understanding of combat, the way his spider sense read magical intention, the way his accelerated mind processed spell mechanics, the way his body understood movement in 3 dimensions, made him a teacher of extraordinary caliber. He could see mistakes before they happened, identify weaknesses in stance and wand movement that were invisible to the untrained eye, and demonstrate defensive techniques with a precision that left his students in awe. "Your pratigo is too rigid," he told Neville during a Thursday session, watching the slightly built boy practice against a series of mild hexes. Harry could see the problem clearly. Neville's shield was powerful but static, a wall rather than a membrane. A shield charm isn't a door you slam shut. It's a net you throw over a moving object. It needs to be flexible enough to absorb the spell's energy, not just block it. He adjusted Neville's wand angle by 2 degrees, shifted his stance so his weight was forward rather than flat, and had him cast again. The difference was immediate. Neville's pratigo went from a flat, brittle barrier to a responsive, curving shield that caught the incoming hex and dispersed its energy in a shower of harmless sparks. Neville stared at his own wand as if it had just done something extraordinary. "How did you know to do that?" Harry smiled. "Practice." It was a lie, but a kind one. The truth was that Harry's enhanced perception had read Neville's body mechanics like a book, identified the inefficiency in his casting posture, and calculated the correction with the same effortless precision that let Harry dodge curses in the dark. He was teaching, yes, but he was teaching from a perspective that no human instructor had ever possessed. The DA members noticed the change in their teacher, even if they couldn't identify its source. Harry's demonstrations were more fluid, his corrections more precise, his own spellwork more powerful. When he cast a Patronus to demonstrate the technique, his stag erupted from his wand with a brilliance that lit the entire room, its silver form so vivid and solid that several students took involuntary steps backward. "That's the most powerful Patronus I've ever seen," Susan Bones whispered to Hannah Abbott, and Harry's enhanced hearing caught every word. After the session, as students filed out in 2s and 3s, checking the Marauders map for clear corridors, Ginny Weasley hung back. She stood near the door with her arms crossed and her brown eyes sharp, and Harry's spider sense gave the faintest pulse of not danger exactly, attention. "You're different," she said. Harry kept his face neutral. "Different how?" "Different everything. You move differently. You see differently. Last week, you ducked Zacharias Smith's jelly-legs jinx before he'd finished the incantation. That's not normal reflexes, Harry. That's not even seeker reflexes." Harry met her gaze. Ginny Weasley had always been observant, more observant than people gave her credit for, hidden as she often was behind her brother's louder personalities. She had survived possession by Tom Riddle at age 11, and the experience had given her an intuition for secrets that was sometimes uncanny. "I've been training," Harry said carefully. "So have the rest of us. Nobody else has improved like you have." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "I'm not going to push. Whatever it is, it's yours to tell when you're ready. But I want you to know that I notice. And if you need help with whatever this is, you can ask me." She turned and walked out before Harry could respond, leaving him standing in the empty room with the fading echo of her words and the lingering pulse of his spider sense, which had read her statement as entirely sincere. The Umbridge situation escalated in the third week after the bite. It started with Educational Decree number 26, which banned unauthorized physical abilities on Hogwarts grounds, a decree so suspiciously specific that Harry was certain it was aimed at him, even though Umbridge couldn't possibly know the details. She had noticed something, though. Harry's dodging ability in her class had become impossible to hide when she sent a stinging hex at him during a practical demonstration. A thinly veiled punishment for contradicting her in class. Harry had sidestepped it without looking, and the hex had hit the wall behind him with a crack that made the entire class jump. Umbridge's smile didn't waver. It never did. It was bolted to her face like a mask, but her eyes narrowed with an intelligence that Harry had learned not to underestimate. She was a bureaucrat, not a fool, and she had survived ministry politics for decades by being smarter, meaner, and more observant than anyone expected. The inquisitorial squad, Umbridge's student enforcers, headed by Malfoy, began following Harry with an openness that bordered on intimidation. They waited outside his classes, trailed him through corridors, monitored his movements with a persistence that would have been comic if it hadn't been dangerous. Harry could have evaded them easily. His enhanced senses detected their presence long before they were in visual range, and his speed and agility made any physical pursuit laughably one-sided. But evading them would only confirm that he had abilities worth hiding, so instead, he walked the corridors normally, attended classes on time, and pretended not to notice the blonde shadow that followed him everywhere. It was Malfoy, always Malfoy, who watched most closely. The others were thugs, Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy, Parkinson, carrying out their surveillance duties with the subtlety of a bludger to the face. But Malfoy watched with the analytical precision of someone who had been trained from birth to assess threats and opportunities, and his reports to Umbridge, which Harry's hearing allowed him to overhear, were disturbingly accurate. His reflexes are impossibly fast, Malfoy told Umbridge in her office, his voice carrying clearly through two walls to Harry's ears. He's stronger than he should be. I saw him catch a falling suit of armor with one hand on the third-floor corridor. One hand, Professor. And there's something about the way he moves, it's too fluid, too controlled. He moves like a predator. Interesting, Umbridge said, and the satisfaction in her voice was thick as honey. The Ministry has long suspected that Mr. Potter has been subjected to unauthorized magical modification. This may be precisely the evidence we need. Harry's blood ran cold. Not because he feared Umbridge. He could outrun her, outfight her, and quite possibly outcrawl her on any available surface, but because the framing she was constructing was politically devastating. If she could classify his transformation as unauthorized magical modification, she could have him removed from Hogwarts, subjected to ministry examination, potentially imprisoned in a facility for dark creatures. The bureaucratic machinery existed for exactly this kind of abuse, and Umbridge knew how to operate it with devastating efficiency. He told Ron and Hermione that night in the room of requirement, pacing the obstacle course while they sat on conjured chairs and listened with increasingly grim expressions. She's building a case, Hermione said, her voice tight with anger that was all the more intense for being controlled. She doesn't need proof. She just needs enough circumstantial evidence to convince the minister that you're a threat. And given that Fudge is already terrified of you, he's terrified of Dumbledore, Harry corrected, his feet carrying him across the ceiling without conscious thought. He'd taken to thinking while inverted. The change in perspective helped, or at least he told himself it did. I'm just the weapon Dumbledore's supposedly building. Either way, they want you neutralized, Ron said, Umbridge is the hammer and you're the nail. Mixed metaphor, Hermione murmured. Accurate metaphor, Ron countered. Harry dropped from the ceiling, landing between them with his usual silent grace. There's something else. The visions are getting worse. They both looked at him with immediate, focused concern. Harry's connection to Voldemort, the psychic link forged by the scar and the shared blood and the fragment of soul that none of them knew about yet, had been a constant background presence since the summer. But since the bite, it had intensified dramatically. "It's my enhanced senses," Harry explained, pressing his fingers to his scar, which throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. "Whatever the spider venom did to my nervous system, it's made the connection to Voldemort stronger. The visions are more vivid, more detailed. I can feel his emotions more clearly than ever, and he can feel mine." Hermione went pale. "Harry, if Voldemort can sense your abilities through the connection, he already knows something's changed. He told me in a dream the night after the bite. Something has changed in you, Harry Potter." The words tasted like poison in his mouth. "He doesn't know the details yet, but he's curious. And Voldemort's curiosity is not something you want directed at you." The silence that followed was heavy with implications. Voldemort, already obsessed with Harry, now had a new reason for that obsession. If he learned the specifics of Harry's transformation, the strength, the speed, the spider sense, the potential to dodge even the killing curse, his response would be immediate and extreme. He would either try to replicate it or try to destroy Harry before the abilities could be turned against him. Possibly both. "We need occlumency," Hermione said firmly. "You need to learn to shield your mind. If Voldemort can see through your eyes, feel what you feel." "Snape was supposed to be teaching me," Harry said bitterly. "But the lesson stopped after our last session. He said I wasn't trying hard enough. I said he was a sadistic, greasy-haired." He stopped. "It wasn't my best diplomatic moment." "I'll talk to him," Hermione said, and the determination in her voice was the kind that moved mountains and terrified professors in equal measure. "Not about your abilities, just about resuming the occlumency lessons. I'll find a way." Harry doubted that Hermione could convince Snape of anything, but he'd learned long ago not to underestimate her persistence. And the need was real. His mind, enhanced as it was, remained vulnerable to Voldemort's intrusion, and the spider sense, for all its extraordinary capabilities, couldn't protect him from an attack that came from inside his own skull. The fourth week brought the incident that changed everything, or rather, that changed the thing that Harry had been trying hardest to keep unchanged. It was a Tuesday evening, and Harry was walking back from the library, where Hermione had been researching Atlantean artifacts in the restricted section, yielding frustratingly few results, when his spider sense erupted. Not the mild tingle of casual awareness, and not the sharp pulse of near danger. This was a full-body alarm. A scream of incoming threat so intense that Harry's body was in motion before his conscious mind had processed the first microsecond of the signal. He threw himself sideways, hit the stone wall and stuck there, 10 feet above the corridor floor, his body flat against the surface in a pose of total readiness. The curse hit the spot where he'd been standing with a crack like a gunshot. Purple light splashed against the flagstones and left a scorched mark the size of a dinner plate. Harry looked down the corridor. 3 figures stood in the shadows near a tapestry, dark robes, raised wands, faces obscured by the kind of anonymity that spoke of practice rather than improvisation. Not students, not teachers, something else entirely. They cast again, simultaneously, 3 different spells from 3 different angles, a coordinated attack pattern that would have been inescapable for anyone without Harry's abilities. But Harry was already moving, running along the wall with the effortless speed of a creature for whom vertical surfaces were merely floors at a different angle. The spells missed him by inches, crashing into the stone, and Harry felt their nature through his spider sense. Curses, not jinxes. Serious magic designed to incapacitate or worse. He dropped from the wall, landed behind the attackers, and raised his hands. No wand, no incantation, just raw magical force, channeled through a body that had become a conduit for power that transcended the boundary between physical and arcane. The pulse of magic that erupted from Harry's palms wasn't a spell in any traditional sense. It was a wave, a shockwave of kinetic force augmented by magical energy, that hit the three attackers like a battering ram. They flew backward, their robes flapping, their wands spinning from their grips, and slammed into the tapestry-covered wall with impacts that Harry heard in precise, enhanced detail. The crack of a shoulder dislocating, the gasp of air driven from lungs, the clatter of wands on stone. The corridor went silent. Harry stood over the fallen attackers, his chest heaving, his hands still raised, and felt the aftermath of the confrontation ripple through his spider sense. Threat diminishing, environment stabilizing, danger receding to background level. He looked at the three figures crumpled against the wall and with a flick of wandless magic, pulled back the hood of the nearest one. He didn't recognize the face. A man middle-aged with a thin mouth and the glazed expression of someone who had just been introduced to a wall at high speed. But the tattoo on his left forearm, exposed where his sleeve had ridden up, was unmistakable. The dark mark. Death Eaters in Hogwarts. Harry's blood, already coursing with post-combat adrenaline, seemed to crystallize in his veins. He checked the other two, same tattoo, same unfamiliar faces, same unconscious sprawl. 3 Death Eaters, inside the castle, armed with curses that could have killed an ordinary student. He bound them with conjured ropes, a wandless spell that came to him as naturally as the web constructs, and sent a patronus to McGonagall. The silver stag erupted from his palm and bounded down the corridor, trailing light, its message delivered in Harry's voice. 3 intruders, 7th floor corridor, near the room of requirement. Death Eaters, unconscious and bound. Then he leaned against the wall and let himself feel the fear that his spider sense had overridden during the attack. Someone had sent Death Eaters into Hogwarts, into the school, into the corridors where children walked, and they had come to the 7th floor, near the room of requirement, near the entrance to where Harry trained every night, near the place where, according to Hermione's research, the ancient artifact buried beneath the castle might be most accessible. The connection was impossible to ignore. Whatever was buried beneath Hogwarts, whatever had created the spider that had transformed him, someone else knew about it, and they wanted it badly enough to send soldiers. McGonagall arrived within minutes, Flitwick and Sprout at her heels, their wands drawn and their faces set with the particular grimness of teachers who had fought in the First Wizarding War and had hoped never to fight again. They found Harry standing guard over 3 bound, unconscious Death Eaters, and if they were surprised by the fact that a 15-year-old student had incapacitated 3 adult dark wizards single-handedly, they were professional enough to save their questions for later. "Are you hurt, Potter?" McGonagall asked, her voice carrying the careful control of someone who was very, very angry about something that wasn't Harry's fault. "No, Professor. Can you tell me what happened?" Harry gave her a version of the truth. They'd attacked him in the corridor. He defended himself. The spells he'd used were a combination of shield charms and stunning spells that he'd practiced in defense against the dark arts. He did not mention the wandless magic. He did not mention the wall climbing. He did not mention the spider sense that had saved his life. McGonagall accepted the story with a nod that suggested she didn't entirely believe it but had more pressing concerns. The Death Eaters were removed to a secured room for interrogation. The castle was locked down, and Dumbledore was summoned from wherever he'd been, though Harry noticed, with the bitter clarity of enhanced perception, that the headmaster arrived with remarkable speed for someone who was supposedly absent from the school. And Dumbledore looked at Harry. For the first time in months, Those blue eyes behind their half-moon spectacles met Harry's gaze directly. There was no twinkle, no benign distance. Dumbledore looked at Harry the way a chess player looks at a board where a piece has moved in an unexpected direction, with surprise, with reassessment, and with the faintest edge of something that might have been alarm. Harry stared back. His spider sense read Dumbledore's emotional state with a clarity that no amount of legilimency could have matched. Concern, calculation, guilt, and buried deepest, hardest to identify, fear. Not fear of Harry, fear for him. The old wizard opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it. He turned to McGonagall and began issuing instructions in a voice of quiet authority, and Harry watched him walk away, feeling the vast, unspoken weight of everything that lay between them. That night, lying in his bed with his palms pressed to the wall and the castle's heartbeat thrumming through his bones, Harry made a decision. He could not wait for Dumbledore's explanations. He could not trust the Ministry's process. He could not rely on the Order of the Phoenix's protection, however well-intentioned. 3 Death Eaters had walked into Hogwarts unchallenged, and they had come for something that was now inextricably linked to who Harry was. The power that lived in him, the strength and the speed and the sense and the silk, it wasn't a gift, and it wasn't an accident. It was a responsibility. The students in this castle, the children who slept in dormitories protected by wards that Death Eaters had apparently learned to bypass, they needed more than what the adults in their lives were providing. They needed someone who could see the threats before they materialized. Someone who could move faster than curses and climb walls and sense danger through stone. Someone who could be everywhere at once, or close enough to make the difference between life and death. They needed him. The thought settled into Harry's consciousness with the weight of inevitability, as if he'd always known this was where the transformation would lead. Every new ability, every enhanced sense, every impossible physical feat, they weren't parlor tricks or combat advantages. They were tools, and tools existed to be used. With great power, a voice whispered in the dark spaces of his mind, not Voldemort's voice, not a memory, but something deeper, something that felt like the echo of the golden web from his dream, something ancient and patient and wise. With great power comes great responsibility. Harry didn't know where the words came from, but he knew, with every fiber of his transformed being, that they were true. He pulled his hands from the wall, rolled over, and fell into a sleep of total blackness. No dreams, no visions, no whispers from dark lords or ancient artifacts. Just the deep, restorative unconsciousness of a body preparing itself for what came next. When dawn came, and the castle stirred to life around him, Harry Potter opened his eyes to a world that looked the same as it had the day before but felt entirely different. The fear was still there, of Voldemort, of Umbridge, of the unknown forces that wanted what he had become. But layered over the fear, like silk over steel, was purpose. He had been bitten by a spider and had become something new. Now it was time to decide what that something would do. Chapter 2, End. Chapter 3. The web weaver. The first time Harry used his web to save someone, it happened so fast that even his enhanced perception could barely track the sequence of events. It was a gray November morning, the kind that turned Hogwarts into a watercolor of muted stone and low cloud. Harry was crossing the courtyard between herbology and charms when his spider sense detonated, a full-body jolt of alarm that was simultaneously directional, telling him not just that danger existed but exactly where it was, what form it took, and how many seconds he had to respond. 3 seconds. He looked up. A gargoyle, one of the decorative stone guardians that lined the castle's upper battlements, had broken free from its mounting and was falling. Not toward Harry, toward a cluster of second-year students who were crossing the courtyard below, their heads bent against the wind, their attention focused on whatever second-years found important enough to discuss while walking beneath several tons of descending stonework. Harry's wand was in his pocket. There was no time to draw it, No time for an incantation. No time for anything that operated at the speed of human thought. His hand came up. The web line erupted from his wrist, crossing 40 feet of air in a fraction of a second, and struck the gargoyle dead center. The silk adhered to the stone with a bond that was, Harry had learned, stronger than any sticking charm, a molecular adhesion reinforced by magical energy that could anchor a falling object of essentially any mass. The gargoyle jerked to a halt 12 feet above the second year's heads, swinging on the web line like a grotesque pendulum. Dust and small fragments of stone rained down. The second years looked up, screamed, and scattered. Harry pulled the gargoyle to the side, guiding it with the web line until it swung clear of the courtyard and crashed into an empty section of grass with an impact that shook the ground. Then he released the web, shoved his hand into his pocket, and kept walking. Nobody had seen. Nobody except Hermione, who had been 10 steps behind him and who fell into step beside him with a face that was white as chalk and eyes that burned with a complicated mixture of pride and terror. "That was instinct," she said, not a question. "Yes. You didn't think about it, you just did it. There wasn't time to think. Harry." She grabbed his arm and pulled him into the alcove behind a pillar, her voice dropping to an urgent whisper. "That web, it came from your wrist, in the open courtyard, in daylight. What if someone had been looking?" "Nobody was looking," Harry said, though the truth was that he hadn't considered the question. The spider sense had screamed, his body had responded, and the analytical part of his mind that weighed consequences and calculated risks had been bypassed entirely. He'd acted on pure instinct, the instinct of a creature that protected its territory and the things that lived within it. Hermione was right to be worried. The gargoyle incident was only the first in a series of near exposures that plagued Harry through November and into December as his abilities continued to evolve. Because they were still evolving. The transformation that the spider's venom had initiated wasn't a one-time event. It was a process, and the process was accelerating. Harry noticed it first in his magic. Spells that he cast with his wand began to feel constrained, as if he were pushing water through a garden hose when a fire hydrant was available. The wand, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches supple, had been his faithful companion since his 11th birthday. But it was now a bottleneck, a narrowing point in a current of magical energy that had grown far beyond its designed capacity. His wandless casting, by contrast, grew stronger and more refined by the day. Where before it had been a blunt instrument, raw force without finesse, it was becoming precise, controlled, and frighteningly powerful. The web constructs evolved alongside his magic. The single strands of his early experiments gave way to complex structures, sheets of silk that could function as shields, nets that could ensnare multiple targets simultaneously, and intricate three-dimensional webs that he could spin between surfaces in seconds, each strand imbued with magical properties that Hermione cataloged with obsessive thoroughness. Some strands were adhesive, others were conductive, carrying stunning magic along their length like electrical current through copper wire. A few, spun in specific patterns that Harry discovered through instinct rather than experiment, were sensitive. They vibrated in response to movement, sound, and magical energy, functioning as an extension of his spider sense that could cover an entire room or corridor. "You're building sensor nets," Hermione said one night in the room of requirement, examining a web that Harry had spun between 4 pillars. The strands shimmered faintly in the candlelight, beautiful and slightly alien. "Each strand is picking up vibrations and feeding them back to you. You can feel everything that touches the web." Harry nodded. He was sitting on the ceiling, legs crossed, as casual as if he were sitting on a park bench. Below him, the web thrummed with information, the weight of a moth that had landed on one strand, the air current from the room's ventilation carrying the scent of dust and stone, and the faintest vibration from Ron, who was practicing disarming charms on a training dummy and whose every footstep registered in the web like a note in a symphony. "I'm starting to understand why spiders build webs," Harry said. "It's not just about catching things. It's about knowing. A spider in the center of its web knows everything that happens in its territory, every movement, every vibration, every change. The web is an extension of its senses." He paused, listening to the web's song, a complex, multi-layered composition of vibration and resonance that his enhanced mind translated into spatial information as naturally as his eyes translated light into vision. "I could web the whole castle," he said quietly. "Run strands through the corridors, across the ceilings, through the walls. I could feel every person in Hogwarts, know where they are, what they're doing, whether they're a threat." Hermione looked up at him. "That's surveillance, Harry. That's protection. It's both. And the line between them is thinner than you think." She set down her quill and met his eyes with the steady, unflinching honesty that was the bedrock of their friendship. "I know you want to keep people safe. After the Death Eaters in the corridor, after what almost happened to those second years, I understand the impulse. But webbing the entire castle, monitoring everyone's movements, I wouldn't be monitoring individuals. I'd be sensing threats. There's a difference." "Is there?" "Because from the perspective of anyone who discovered they were walking through your web without their knowledge." She let the sentence hang, its implication clear. Harry was quiet for a long time. Below him, Ron's disarming charms were getting more accurate, each red bolt of light striking the dummy with increasing precision. The web vibrated with each impact, and Harry felt the spell's energy dissipate through the silk strands like ripples in water. "You're right," he said finally. "I won't web the castle, not the whole thing, but the approaches, the vulnerable points where the Death Eaters got in, those need monitoring, and I'm the only one who can do it." Hermione nodded slowly. "Just the approaches." "And you tell us what you find. No solo missions, Harry, promise me." He promised, and he meant it at the time. The sensor webs went up that weekend, spun in the small hours of the morning when even the ghosts were dormant. Harry moved through the castle with a speed and silence that would have been impossible for anyone who couldn't climb walls and sense sleeping inhabitants through stone. He ran strands across the entrance points that Hermione had identified as vulnerable. The tunnel behind the one-eyed witch, the passage near the Whomping Willow, 3 spots where the castle's ancient wards showed signs of degradation, and the stretch of 7th-floor corridor where the Death Eaters had appeared. Each web was nearly invisible. The strands were thinner than spider silk, transparent except at certain angles where they caught the light with a faint rainbow iridescence. To a casual observer, they were indistinguishable from ordinary cobwebs, which Hogwarts had in abundance. To Harry, sitting in his dormitory with his palms pressed to the wall and his enhanced mind processing the web's feedback, they were a nervous system that spanned the castle. He felt everything. The night patrol of prefects, their footsteps distinct signatures in the web's vibration pattern. Mrs. Norris, padding through corridors with her peculiar, predatory stealth, Filch wheezing and muttering, his lantern casting a pattern of heat that the webs registered as clearly as light. The house elves, moving through passages that weren't on any map, their small feet barely disturbing the strands. And deeper, beneath the human activity, the castle itself, the slow geological patience of stone and magic, the currents of enchantment that flowed through Hogwarts like blood through veins. And beneath even that, far below in the earth beneath the foundations, the pulse, the ancient, rhythmic beating of whatever artifact lay buried in the darkness, its energy permeating the bedrock, rising through the stone, reaching Harry's webs and his senses with a persistence that was less like communication and more like breathing. It was during one of these nocturnal listening sessions that Harry detected the anomaly. The webs near the Whomping Willow tunnel registered movement, two figures, moving with careful deliberation through the passage that connected the tree to the shrieking shack in Hogsmeade. Harry's enhanced mind processed their gait patterns, their weight, the magical signatures that leaked from them like heat from a furnace. Not students, not teachers, adults, moving with purpose, shielding their magical signatures, but not well enough to fool the webs. Harry was out of bed and down the stairs before the decision had fully formed in his conscious mind. The invisibility cloak billowed behind him as he ran through corridors that his webs mapped in real time, every footstep placed with spider-precise accuracy to avoid the squeaky floorboards and patrolling prefects that his sensor net tracked like pieces on a chessboard. He reached the Whomping Willow in 4 minutes, a journey that would normally take 15. The tree was still, its branches frozen in the posture of deceived dormancy that meant someone had pressed the knot at its base. The tunnel entrance gaped in the earth between the roots, and Harry's spider sense painted its darkness in gradients of threat that glowed in his awareness like a heat map. He dropped into the tunnel without hesitation, landing in a crouch on the packed earth floor. The passage was narrow and low, too low for him to stand upright, but he didn't need to stand. He pressed his hands and feet to the tunnel's ceiling and crawled along it upside down, moving faster than a person could walk, his body flowing through the cramped space with the fluid efficiency of his namesake. The two figures were ahead of him, their voices reaching his ears as a low murmur of conversation that his enhanced hearing resolved into perfect clarity. "Sure, the passage is clear," a man's voice tense with an accent that Harry couldn't place. "Checked it 3 times. The wards don't extend underground. Dumbledore's protections end at the foundation line. Below that, it's unmonitored." A woman's voice, more confident, carrying the brisk authority of someone accustomed to giving orders. "And the artifact?" "Deep, deeper than anything in the castle's records. We'll need the drilling charm modified for ignite bedrock. Standard earth-moving spells won't cut it. The material around the artifact resists standard magic." Harry's blood ran cold. They were talking about the artifact. The source of whatever power had created the spider, transformed him, and apparently drawn the attention of forces far beyond Umbridge's petty tyranny. He followed them through the tunnel, maintaining a distance that kept him outside their wand light but well within his sensory range. They emerged into the Shrieking Shack's basement, the same cramped, dusty space where Harry had confronted Sirius Black 2 years ago. The memory hit him with unexpected force. Sirius, gaunt and desperate, Lupin's transforming body, the swirl of betrayal and revelation that had characterized that night. The place still smelled of dust and dark magic and old fear. The two intruders climbed the stairs to the shack's main room, where Harry's webs hadn't reached. He hung from the basement ceiling and listened. "Report to the Dark Lord that the primary passage is viable," the woman said. "We can move a team of 6 through the Whomping Willow tunnel without detection. The wards are focused on above-ground approaches. The underground infrastructure is completely unprotected. And if Potter interferes..." A pause. When the woman spoke again, her voice carried a new edge, respect mixed with something close to fear. "The Dark Lord was very clear. Potter is not to be harmed. He wants the boy alive." Alive, after what he did to Rawlins, Thorne, and McBride. Alive. The boy's transformation is of great interest to the Dark Lord. He believes the artifact may be the key to, well, it's not our place to question. "Our orders are clear. Map the route, report the findings. Do not engage Potter under any circumstances." Harry clung to the ceiling in the darkness, his heart hammering against his ribs, and felt the implications settle into him like stones dropped into still water. Voldemort knew. Not the specifics, perhaps, not the wall crawling, the web spinning, the spider sense, but enough. He knew that Harry had been transformed by something beneath Hogwarts, and he wanted both, the artifact and the boy it had changed. The intruders left through the shack's front entrance, disapparating from outside the Hogwarts boundaries with twin cracks that Harry heard clearly through the walls. He waited 5 minutes, then dropped to the basement floor and made his way back through the tunnel, his mind racing at speeds that would have been dizzying before the transformation but now felt natural. He needed to tell someone. Not just Ron and Hermione, they couldn't handle this alone. This was bigger than student secrets and late-night training sessions. Voldemort was planning an operation to breach Hogwarts from below, to reach the artifact, and to capture Harry alive. The question was, who could he trust? Dumbledore was the obvious answer, but the headmaster's months of silence had eroded Harry's faith in the old wizard's judgment. Dumbledore knew things he wasn't sharing, kept secrets with a compulsiveness that bordered on pathological, and had left Harry isolated and uninformed at a time when information might be the difference between survival and catastrophe. McGonagall was loyal, brave, and competent, but she answered to Dumbledore, and anything Harry told her would reach the headmaster within the hour. Sirius was trapped in Grimmauld Place, growing more erratic with every week of confinement, and the communication risk was too high with the Ministry monitoring Owl Post and Flu networks. Snape was Snape, a double agent of unknown true allegiance, whose occlumency lessons had been a masterclass in psychological warfare disguised as instruction. Harry trusted Snape about as far as he could throw him, which, given his current strength, was actually quite far, but the point stood. In the end, it was Snape who came to him. The potions master appeared in the corridor outside the room of requirement 3 nights after Harry's tunnel reconnaissance, materializing from the shadows with the silent menace of a man who had spent 20 years walking between darkness and light, and had never entirely decided which side of the line he preferred. Harry sensed him before he saw him, the spider sense registering Snape's approach as a complex signature of magical energy, physical presence, and emotional state. The emotional state was what surprised Harry most. Snape was not angry, not contemptuous, not radiating the cold disdain that was his default setting. He was worried. Beneath the carefully composed exterior, beneath the greasy hair and the billowing robes and the hooked nose that seemed to be perpetually sneering even in repose, Severus Snape was deeply, genuinely worried. Potter. The word was spoken without its usual freight of contempt. It was almost neutral, almost civil. Walk with me. Harry fell into step beside him, matching Snape's long stride with an ease that drew a sharp glance from the older wizard. They walked in silence through corridors that Harry's webs monitored and mapped, until they reached a section of the castle so remote that even Filch's most obsessive patrols didn't cover it, a disused wing near the North Tower, where empty classrooms gathered dust and portraits dozed in perpetual neglect. Snape stopped beside a window that overlooked the forbidden forest. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and the trees were a mass of dark shapes against a darker sky. I know what you are, Potter. Harry's spider sense pulsed, not with danger but with the heightened attention that preceded important information. What am I, then? Snape turned from the window and regarded Harry with those black, fathomless eyes, eyes that had seen the worst of what magic could do to a person and had never flinched. You were bitten by a spider that had been irradiated by a fragment of the Nexus. You have developed physical abilities consistent with arachnid physiology, enhanced to human scale by the Nexus's mutagenic properties. You have superhuman strength, speed, reflexes, and sensory perception. You can adhere to any surface. You can generate silk-like constructs from your magical field. And you possess a precognitive threat detection sense that makes you, in practical combat terms, nearly impossible to kill. Each statement landed like a hammer blow, precise and devastating. Harry kept his face neutral, but his heart was racing, and he knew that Snape, legilimens that he was, could probably read the shock behind his composure. How do you know all of this? Harry asked. Because I have been studying the Nexus for 15 years. The silence that followed was the kind that changes the shape of conversations and the relationships that contain them. Harry stared at Snape, and Snape stared back, and between them lay the vast, tangled history of hatred and debt and guilt and sacrifice that had defined their relationship since the day Harry first set foot in the potions dungeon. The Nexus, Harry repeated. An artifact of pre-wizarding origin. It predates Hogwarts, predates Merlin, predates recorded magical history. It was buried in the earth beneath what is now the Forbidden Forest long before the founders built their castle on this site, and it is, in fact, the reason they chose this site. The concentration of magical energy that makes Hogwarts possible, the same energy that powers the wards, feeds the enchantments, and sustains the magical ecosystem of the grounds, all of it originates from the Nexus. Harry felt the ground shift beneath his understanding of the world. Hogwarts, the place he loved more than any other, the castle that had been his first true home, was built on top of something ancient and powerful and entirely unknown. Dumbledore knows, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Dumbledore has known since he defeated Grindelwald. The Nexus was one of Grindelwald's obsessions. He believed it could be weaponized, turned into a source of unlimited magical power. Dumbledore defeated him in part to prevent this and has spent the subsequent decades ensuring that the Nexus remains undisturbed and unexamined. Until now. Until now, Snape's voice was tight. The Dark Lord has learned of the Nexus's existence. His sources are unclear, possibly the Death Eaters who infiltrated the castle, possibly information obtained during the First War. He does not know its exact location or its full capabilities, but he knows enough to want it, and he knows that you have been affected by it. He wants the artifact and me. I overheard his scouts in the Whomping Willow tunnel 3 nights ago. Snape's eyes narrowed, and Harry saw a flash of something, surprise, respect. Cross the older wizard's face before it was buried beneath the habitual mask of composure. You overheard. Snape stopped. The sensor webs. I felt their vibrations when I passed through the 7th floor corridor. I assumed they were Dumbledore's work. They're mine. Snape stared at him for a long moment, and Harry watched the reassessment happen in real time. The recalibration of everything Snape thought he knew about Harry Potter, adjusted for the reality of a boy who could spin magical sensor nets across a castle and eavesdrop on Death Eater scouts through a tunnel half a mile away. You are more dangerous than anyone realizes, Snape said, and for the first time in Harry's experience, the word dangerous from Snape's lips carried no condemnation. It was a simple statement of fact, delivered with the clinical precision of a man who had spent his life assessing threats. I need to protect the castle, Harry said. The students. If Voldemort is planning to breach from below, the castle's defenses are being strengthened. Dumbledore and I are working. Dumbledore won't talk to me. Dumbledore won't even look at me. I've been fighting Death Eaters in his corridors and detecting infiltrators in his tunnels, and he won't tell me what's happening. The anger that Harry had been suppressing for months broke through, and his enhanced voice carried a resonance that made the window panes vibrate. I am not a child who needs to be managed. I am the person who was bitten by a spider powered by an artifact that apparently runs this entire castle, and I deserve to know what I'm dealing with. Snape regarded him with an expression that was, for him, almost sympathetic. The headmaster's reasons for distancing himself from you are his own, and they are not, I assure you, motivated by indifference to your well-being. But you are correct that ignorance serves no one, least of all you. He paused, seeming to weigh his words with unusual care. I will tell you what I know, not because I trust you. I have never trusted a Potter and see no reason to start now, but because the alternative is allowing you to stumble into a situation that may get you and everyone around you killed. Harry bit back the retort that rose in his throat, Something about trust being a two-way street and Snape's history of one-way loyalty, and nodded. "Tell me everything," Snape told him. About the Nexus, a crystalline structure buried 300 feet below the Hogwarts foundations, pulsing with a form of magical energy that predated wand-based wizardry by millennia. About the theory, developed by Snape in collaboration with Dumbledore and never published, that the Nexus was not natural, that it had been created, placed in the earth by a civilization that understood magic at a level that modern wizardry couldn't approach. About the contamination zone, an area of the Forbidden Forest where the Nexus's energy leaked through fissures in the bedrock, mutating the local wildlife in unpredictable ways. The acromantulas were the most visible result, but there were subtler changes, plants that grew with impossible speed, insects with enhanced abilities, and in at least one documented case, a small spider with blue-black iridescence that had absorbed enough Nexus energy to fundamentally rewrite the biology of anyone it bit. "We identified the spider 7 years ago," Snape said, his voice carrying the particular quality of a man confessing a failure. "It was catalogued, studied remotely, and classified as a monitoring subject. It was not captured because its habitat was in the deepest part of the contamination zone, where even brief exposure carries risks. Its bite was considered theoretical, unlikely to occur unless a human entered its territory." "Which I did," Harry said, "because Snape sent us to collect lacewing flies from the edge of the acromantula webbing. The silence that followed was thick enough to cut. That was not my intention," Snape said, and the words sounded as if they had been extracted from him by force. "The assignment was routine." The collection area was on the periphery of the contamination zone, well outside the spider's documented range. For the creature to have migrated that far from the Nexus fissures, he stopped, his jaw tightening. "It should not have been possible, unless it was drawn to something," Harry said slowly, a new thought forming. "Or someone." Snape's eyes widened fractionally. "Explain." "The fragment in the soil, the piece of the Nexus that Hermione found near the bite site. It was above ground, exposed, and the spider was right there on a web directly above it. What if the spider wasn't migrating randomly? What if the fragment was working its way to the surface and the spider followed it? And what was at the surface? Me." The word hung between them. Snape's expression shifted through several subtle configurations: skepticism, consideration, and something that might have been dawning comprehension. "The Nexus is not sentient," Snape said carefully. "At least there is no evidence of consciousness in any traditional sense, but it is responsive. It reacts to magical energy in its environment, and it has been documented to increase its output in response to powerful magical sources. Like a wizard. Like a particular kind of wizard. One whose magical signature is distinctive." Snape's gaze dropped to Harry's forehead, to the scar that had been throbbing with increasing intensity throughout this conversation. "You carry a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, Potter. Whether you know it or not, and I see from your expression that this is news to you, a piece of the Dark Lord was transferred to you on the night he murdered your parents. It resides in your scar, and it has influenced your magical development in ways that neither Dumbledore nor I fully understand." Harry felt as if the floor had opened beneath him. A fragment of Voldemort's soul, in him, living in the scar that had defined his existence, sharing his body, contaminating his magic. "The Nexus may have responded to that fragment," Snape continued, his voice gentler than Harry had ever heard it. "A source of intensely dark magic, embedded in a powerful wizard, entering its contamination zone for the first time. The energy output would have been significant, enough perhaps to draw both the fragment to the surface and the spider to the fragment." "You're saying the Nexus chose me," Harry said flatly. "I'm saying the Nexus responded to you. Whether that constitutes choice depends on how broadly one defines the term." Snape turned back to the window, his profile sharp against the gray moonlight. What matters now is that the transformation has occurred, and it cannot be reversed. The Nexus energy has integrated with your biological and magical systems at a level that is beyond our ability to separate. You are, for better or worse, the first human being in recorded history to be directly modified by the Nexus's power. The first. There haven't been others. The contamination zone has existed for centuries. Others have been exposed, but exposure is not transformation. The spider's venom was the delivery mechanism. It carried the Nexus energy past your body's natural magical defenses and introduced it directly into your cellular structure. Without that vector, the energy simply dissipates on contact with human skin. You needed the bite. Harry processed this, his enhanced mind turning the information over and examining it from every angle. The Nexus had existed beneath Hogwarts for millennia. Dumbledore knew about it. Snape knew about it. Voldemort now knew about it. The spider had been a unique vector for its energy, and Harry had been a unique recipient, drawn to the contamination zone by a potion's assignment, marked by a soul fragment that acted as a magical beacon, and bitten by a creature that no one expected to encounter. Coincidence or design, Harry didn't know, but the result was the same. He was changed, the change was permanent, and the powers he possessed were connected to something vast and ancient and fought over by the two most dangerous wizards in the world. "What does Dumbledore want to do?" Harry asked. "The headmaster wishes to protect both you and the Nexus. His preferred strategy is containment, keeping you within Hogwarts, where the castle's wards provide additional protection, while reinforcing the subterranean barriers that separate the Nexus from potential intruders." "And what do you think?" Snape was quiet for long enough that Harry thought he might not answer. When he did, his voice carried a weight that went beyond the words themselves. "I think containment is a strategy for people who believe they can control what is happening, and I think what is happening is beyond anyone's control." He looked at Harry with an intensity that burned. "You are changing, Potter. Still changing. The Nexus energy in your system is not static. It is active, evolving, pushing the boundaries of what your body and your magic can do. The web spinning, the wandless casting, the sensor nets, these are not the endpoints of your transformation. They are symptoms of a process that is still underway. How do you know it's still happening? Because I can smell it." At Harry's look of surprise, Snape's lip curled, not with contempt but with grim amusement. "I have been a potions master for 20 years. My olfactory sensitivity is, while not equal to yours, significantly above average. And you, Potter, smell different from any human being I have ever encountered. There is a magical signature about you that shifts and intensifies on a daily basis. It is subtle, most wizards would not notice. But I notice everything." Harry filed this away, another data point, another piece of the puzzle that his life had become. He was still changing. The powers were still growing, and no one knew where the transformation would end, or if it would end at all. The conversation with Snape was not the end of the night's revelations. When Harry returned to the 7th-floor corridor, his webs alerted him to a presence outside the room of requirement, not a threat. His spider sense clarified, but not a friend either. Someone standing in the corridor, waiting, their magical signature familiar but unexpected. Harry rounded the corner and found Dumbledore. The headmaster stood alone in the torchlit corridor, his long silver beard tucked into his belt, his half-moon spectacles catching the firelight. He looked old, older than Harry had ever seen him, the years and their accumulated weight written in every line of his face. His blue eyes, usually bright with the restless intelligence that made him both fascinating and infuriating, were dim with something that Harry's enhanced perception identified immediately. Exhaustion. Not physical, Dumbledore's magical vitality was still formidable. Emotional exhaustion. the weariness of a man who had carried too many secrets for too long and was beginning to buckle under their accumulated mass. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "No, my boy." No twinkle, just Harry's name, spoken with a simplicity that was itself a kind of confession. "Professor." They stood 10 feet apart in the empty corridor, and the air between them was thick with months of silence and avoidance and the gradually widening gulf of things unsaid. "Professor Snape has informed me that he spoke with you this evening," Dumbledore said, "about the Nexus, about the nature of your transformation, and about the fragment." His eyes dropped to Harry's scar, a quick, involuntary glance that carried more guilt than any spoken apology could have conveyed. "He told me I have a piece of Voldemort's soul in my head," Harry said. His voice was steady, but his hands, pressed against his thighs, hidden in the folds of his robes, were trembling. Not with fear, with the effort of containing a rage so vast that his spider sense registered it as a threat to himself. "Yes. And you knew, you've always known." "Since the night it happened, yes." The corridor was very quiet. In the distance, the castle hummed with its eternal, sleeping energies, and Harry's webs carried the vibrations to him in real time. Students dreaming, portraits murmuring, the slow, tidal breathing of the building itself. Everything was normal. Everything was exactly as it had been 5 minutes ago. And yet everything had changed, because Dumbledore had confirmed the worst truth Harry had ever received, and the confirmation made it real in a way that Snape's revelation hadn't quite managed. "I owe you explanations," Dumbledore said. "Many of them, more than can be given in a corridor at 2 in the morning. But I will begin with the most important one." He took a step forward, and his eyes, those ancient, weary, brilliant eyes, met Harry's with a directness that felt almost physical. "I have avoided you this year because I was afraid. Not afraid of you, afraid for you. The connection between you and Voldemort is a vulnerability that he has exploited before, and your transformation has amplified it enormously. Every time I look at you, I risk drawing Voldemort's attention through the link. Every conversation we have is a potential window through which he might see, through your eyes, information that could endanger the Nexus, the school, and you personally. So you thought the best strategy was to leave me completely in the dark," Harry said, and the bitterness in his voice was something he couldn't have hidden even if he'd tried. "I thought the best strategy was to minimize the points of connection between us. I was wrong. Severus has made that abundantly clear in terms that were characteristically direct." A ghost of a smile crossed Dumbledore's face, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. "Your transformation has created a situation that my caution cannot address. You are becoming something unprecedented, Harry, and you deserve to understand what that means." "Then tell me, all of it. No more secrets." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, and Harry watched the old wizard's face with senses that could read micro-expressions at 50 paces, that could hear the subtle changes in breathing and heartbeat, that betrayed emotional states more accurately than any spoken word. What he read in Dumbledore's face was not evasion. It was calculation, the habitual processing of a mind that had spent a century weighing the consequences of every word, every action, every silence. And then, with a visible effort that Harry's enhanced perception read as the deliberate overriding of deeply ingrained instinct, Dumbledore set aside the calculation and spoke plainly. "The Nexus is awakening." 4 words. They fell into the corridor like stones into a well, dropping through layer after layer of implication before hitting bottom. "The Nexus has existed in a dormant state for millennia," Dumbledore continued, his voice low and measured. "Its energy output has been stable, its contamination zone contained, its influence on the castle and its grounds predictable and manageable. But since the night of your transformation, since the spider bit you and the Nexus energy entered your system, the artifact has been changing. Its pulse has quickened. Its energy output has increased by a factor of 12. The contamination zone is expanding, and the mutations it produces are becoming more dramatic. Because of me, Harry said. Because of the interaction between the Nexus energy in your system and the Nexus itself. You are, in a sense, a piece of the Nexus that has been detached from the whole, a mobile fragment of its power, walking through the castle, interacting with the magical environment. The Nexus is responding to you the way a body responds to a detached limb, reaching for it, trying to reintegrate it. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the November air. It wants me back. It wants completion. Whether that constitutes wanting is a question for philosophers. But the practical effect is the same. The Nexus is becoming more active, more powerful, and more detectable. And Voldemort is not the only party interested in ancient sources of unregulated magical power. Who else? The Department of Mysteries has been aware of the Nexus for some time, longer than the Ministry as a whole, and certainly longer than the current administration. There are factions within the department that have argued for excavation and study. Others have argued for destruction. None of them have acted, because the Nexus's location beneath Hogwarts makes any intervention politically and practically complicated. But if the Nexus is awakening, then the calculus changes. An active Nexus is far more dangerous than a dormant one, and far more valuable. The Ministry may decide that the risk of leaving it in place outweighs the political cost of intervening. And if Umbridge convinces the Minister that you are a product of dark magical experimentation rather than a natural transformation, she'll use it as justification to excavate, to get the Nexus out from under Hogwarts, and she'll use me as evidence that it's dangerous. Dumbledore nodded. Dolores Umbridge is many things, but she is not unintelligent. She has been building a case against you since September, and your transformation has given her ammunition she could never have anticipated. If she learns the full extent of your abilities, and I believe she is closer to doing so than you realize, she will move quickly and with the full authority of the Ministry behind her. Harry stood in the corridor, processing this with a mind that was faster and sharper than it had ever been, and felt the weight of it all, the Nexus beneath his feet, the soul fragment in his scar, the powers in his muscles and his blood, the enemies on every side, settle onto his shoulders like a physical load. I need to get to the Nexus, he said. Dumbledore's expression sharpened. Harry, not to do anything dangerous, not to try to control it or weaponize it. But if it's responding to me, if I'm a piece of it, then I need to understand the connection. I need to know what it wants if it wants anything, and I need to know what I'm becoming. The subterranean chambers that house the Nexus are extensive, poorly mapped, and suffused with energy levels that are potentially lethal to ordinary wizards. I'm not an ordinary wizard. No, Dumbledore agreed quietly. You are not. They looked at each other across the gap of secrets and silence and 15 years of prophecy and pain, and for the first time, Harry felt something shift between them, not trust, not exactly, but the possibility of trust. A crack in the wall that Dumbledore had built between them, through which something real might eventually pass. We will discuss this further, Dumbledore said. Tomorrow, in my office. Bring Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. Their involvement in your situation is too extensive to exclude them now, and I have found that attempts to keep Mr. Weasley out of anything he's determined to be part of are, at best, futile. Harry almost smiled. Yes, Professor. Dumbledore turned to go, then paused. Harry, the powers you have developed, the webs, the strength, the sense, they are extraordinary. But the power that has always mattered most in you has nothing to do with spider venom or ancient artifacts. Your capacity for love, for loyalty, for choosing what is right over what is easy, that is the power that Voldemort cannot understand and therefore cannot defeat. He paused. Even with a piece of his soul in your scar, you have remained irrevocably, stubbornly yourself. That is not the Nexus's doing. That is yours. He walked away down the corridor, his footsteps fading into the castle's eternal murmur, and Harry watched him go with eyes that could have tracked the old wizard through walls and floors and stone, but didn't. Some things deserved privacy, even from a boy who could hear the whole castle breathing. Harry returned to his dormitory, slipped between his curtains, and lay in the darkness with his palms pressed to the wall and the castle's heartbeat pulsing through his bones. Far below, the nexus beat in synchronization, a rhythm that was becoming less like a stranger's voice and more like a second heartbeat, familiar and intimate and inextricable from his own. Something was awakening beneath Hogwarts. Something was awakening within him. And the war, the real war, not Umbridge's petty tyranny or Voldemort's distant scheming, but the conflict that would decide the fate of the wizarding world, was about to begin in earnest. Harry closed his eyes and felt his webs trembling throughout the castle, carrying the vibrations of 1,000 sleeping souls to his enhanced awareness. He was their guardian, whether they knew it or not. The spider at the center of a web that spanned the ancient walls, sensing every tremor, every threat, every whisper of danger in the dark. And he was ready. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4 Tangled Threads. The mask was Hermione's idea. If you're going to patrol the castle at night, and I know that nothing I say will stop you, so I'm not going to waste the energy trying, then you need to be unrecognizable, she said, standing in the room of requirement with her arms crossed and her jaw set in the particular configuration that meant her mind was already several steps ahead of the conversation. The invisibility cloak works for stealth, but if you encounter a threat, you'll need to fight, and you can't fight invisible. The moment you engage, the cloak comes off, and then every portrait, ghost, and student in the vicinity knows that Harry Potter is running around the castle at 2 in the morning performing impossible physical feats. I could just be really fast, Harry offered from the ceiling, where he was doing inverted sit-ups as part of the training regimen Hermione had designed. In and out before anyone sees my face. Malfoy saw your face when you stopped that gargoyle. Professor Flitwick noticed your reflexes and charms. Umbridge is building a dossier. You cannot afford any more exposure. Hermione pulled a bundle of dark fabric from her bag and held it up. I've been working on this for the past week. The mask was elegant in its simplicity, a close-fitting hood of enchanted black fabric that covered everything from the bridge of Harry's nose to the back of his skull, leaving only his mouth and jaw exposed. Hermione had woven the enchantments herself, a disillusionment modification that blurred the features beneath the fabric, making the wearer's face appear as a shifting, indistinct shadow rather than an identifiable set of features, a muffliato variant that distorted the wearer's voice into a deeper, unrecognizable register, and a subtle charm that prevented the fabric from snagging, tearing, or being removed by anyone other than the wearer. Try it on, she said. Harry dropped from the ceiling, caught the mask midair, and pulled it over his head. The fabric settled against his skin with a cool, fluid sensation. It was lighter than silk and stronger than dragon hide, and it integrated with his spider sense seamlessly, adding no sensory blind spots, no barriers to his perception. How do I look? He asked, and his voice came out low and resonant, stripped of its usual timbre, unrecognizable as Harry Potter. Ron stared at him from the sofa. You look terrifying, mate. In a good way. Harry examined himself in a mirror the room provided. The figure that looked back at him was lean, angular, and undeniably intimidating, the dark mask transforming his face into something abstract and unsettling, all shadow and suggestion. Combined with the dark clothing he wore for night patrols, close-fitting black that didn't snag on surfaces and allowed maximum freedom of movement, he looked like something out of a nightmare, or a legend. The mask stays on whenever you're patrolling, Hermione said firmly. No exceptions, no heroic last-minute reveals. If someone sees you, they see the mask. "That's the deal," Harry agreed. And so, on a night in late November, the masked figure that would eventually become the subject of 100 whispered rumors among Hogwarts students made its first official appearance. He started at the Whomping Willow Tunnel. Since overhearing the Death Eater scouts, Harry had reinforced his sensor webs around every vulnerable entry point. But the tunnel remained the most dangerous gap in the castle's defenses. It ran for nearly half a mile through the earth, bypassing the ward line entirely, and its exit in the Shrieking Shack was outside the boundaries of Hogwarts protection. Anyone who reached the shack could enter the tunnel undetected and emerge inside the castle's grounds without triggering a single alarm. Harry sealed the tunnel with a web that would have stopped a charging hippogriff, layer upon layer of enchanted silk, each strand embedded with defensive magic, stunning charms that would activate on contact, alarm spells that would alert Harry instantly, and structural reinforcements that made the web harder to cut than tempered steel. An intruder attempting to push through would find themselves immobilized, stunned, and thoroughly tangled before they'd advance 3 feet. Then he moved to the other approaches. The passage behind the one-eyed witch received similar treatment. The degraded ward points along the castle's eastern wall were reinforced not with webs but with sensor threads, thin, invisible strands that Harry wove into the existing stonework, extending his awareness across the entire perimeter. By 3 in the morning, Harry sat perched on the peak of the astronomy tower, the highest point in Hogwarts, 300 feet above the grounds, and let his senses range outward. The mask was cool against his face, the wind tugged at his clothing, and the world spread beneath him in a panorama of moonlit grounds and dark forest and distant mountains. His webs hummed with information, feeding him a continuous stream of data from every corner of the castle. All quiet, all normal, all safe. This became the pattern. 3 nights a week, more when his spider sense indicated elevated threat levels, Harry patrolled. He moved through the castle like a shadow, running along walls and ceilings with the silence of a predator, checking his web defenses, monitoring the approaches, and occasionally encountering situations that required intervention. In the first week, he caught Peeves attempting to sabotage the charm's classroom with a combination of dung bombs and animated chalk. A single web line, shot from 20 feet away, pinned the poltergeist to the ceiling by his waistcoat, where he hung bellowing obscenities, until Filch arrived to investigate and found the classroom intact, and the poltergeist immobilized by a substance that the caretaker couldn't identify and Peeves refused to discuss. In the second week, he intercepted a fight between a group of Slytherin 6th years and 2 Muggle-born Hufflepuffs on the 4th floor. The Slytherins had cornered the younger students in an alcove, and hexes were being thrown with the casual cruelty that had become depressingly common under Umbridge's regime. Harry dropped between them from the ceiling, literally dropped, landing in a silent crouch that made the Slytherins stumble backward in shock, and had all 4 aggressors webbed to the wall before any of them could raise their wands. The Hufflepuff stared at him with wide, frightened eyes. "Go," Harry said, his voice filtered through the mask's distortion into something deep and commanding. "Directly to your common room. Don't stop." They went. The Slytherins, immobilized and furious, hurled threats and insults at the masked figure standing before them. Harry examined them with detached assessment, his spider sense reading their emotional states, their magical capabilities, their threat levels, and determined that they were bullies, not Death Eaters. Cruel, prejudiced, dangerous in the way that teenage boys with wands and bad values could be, but not agents of Voldemort. He left them webbed to the wall. The silk would dissolve in approximately 4 hours, a property he'd engineered specifically for situations like this. They would be found by a prefect or a professor, unable to explain how they'd been attached to a wall by a substance that defied identification, and the story they told would join the growing collection of rumors about a mysterious figure that prowled the castle after dark. The rumors had started almost immediately. In a school populated by teenagers, the existence of a masked vigilante who could appear and disappear at will, climb walls, and immobilize troublemakers with some kind of silvery binding was the most exciting thing to happen since the Triwizard Tournament. The younger students were thrilled and terrified in equal measure. The older students were skeptical but intrigued. The ghosts were fascinated. Nearly Headless Nick had reportedly organized a ghost council to discuss whether the masked figure was a new type of specter. And Umbridge was furious. The inquisitorial squad reported the incidents with the bewildered frustration of people who had been outmaneuvered by an opponent they couldn't identify, locate, or comprehend. The webbing left no traceable magical signature. It was unique to Harry, and without a reference sample, standard analytical charms had nothing to compare it to. The masked figure's physical capabilities, the wall climbing, the speed, the apparent ability to see in the dark, were unprecedented and therefore impossible to plan against. Umbridge responded with the only tool she understood: bureaucracy. Educational Decree No. 28 prohibited unauthorized masked persons on Hogwarts grounds. Educational Decree No. 29 mandated that all students be in their dormitories by 9 o'clock, with violations punishable by a term of detention that Umbridge clearly intended to make excruciating. Educational Decree No. 30 established a curfew patrol of inquisitorial squad members, led by Malfoy, authorized to use stunning spells on anyone found out of bed. The decrees were, from Harry's perspective, almost comically ineffective. His sensor webs tracked the inquisitorial squad's patrols with perfect precision, and his speed and stealth made their presence irrelevant. He moved through the castle as easily with the patrols active as without, slipping past them like water through a net, his spider sense painting their locations in his awareness like lights on a map. But the political effect was real. The decrees tightened Umbridge's control over the school, restricted students' freedom of movement, and created an atmosphere of surveillance and suspicion that was deeply corrosive. Harry's patrols were protecting the castle from external threats, but Umbridge was the threat from within, and she was proving far harder to outmaneuver. Snape noticed, as Snape noticed everything. The potions master cornered Harry after a particularly brutal double period in the dungeons, a session in which Harry had been forced to deliberately botch a potion to avoid demonstrating the extraordinary precision that his enhanced senses and accelerated mind made possible. Snape waited until the other students had filed out, then closed the door with a flick of his wand and turned to Harry with an expression of controlled intensity. "The masked vigilante," Snape said. "That is you." It wasn't a question, so Harry didn't treat it as one. "Yes. And the web constructs that are appearing throughout the castle, in the tunnels, at the ward points, woven into the corridors, also you. Also me." Snape regarded him for a long moment, and Harry's spider sense read the older wizard's emotional state with clinical precision: frustration, grudging respect, and a deep, well-concealed concern that Snape would have denied under Veritaserum. "You are building a defensive network that rivals the castle's own wards," Snape said. "Without authorization, without consultation, without any regard for the institutional authority that is supposed to govern the protection of this school." "The institutional authority is Umbridge," Harry said flatly, "and her idea of protecting the school is banning masks and sending teenagers to patrol the corridors. Dumbledore agreed to discuss things with me. We had one meeting. He told me the Nexus was awakening and that he was working on reinforcing the subterranean barriers. Then Umbridge forced him out of his office for 2 days on a surprise ministry inspection, and he's been unavailable ever since. Harry kept his voice even, but his frustration leaked through. A vibration in the air that his spider sense detected, and that Snape, with his years of reading students, probably detected through simpler means. I'm not going to sit in my dormitory and wait while Voldemort plans his assault, and the castle's defenses remain riddled with gaps that a first year could exploit. And what happens when Umbridge identifies you? Because she will, Potter, she is not a fool, whatever else she may be. She has the resources of the Ministry behind her, and your physical profile is hardly subtle. How many students in this school can climb a wall? None of them are being evaluated for wall-climbing ability. And the mask is a stopgap. She doesn't need to see your face to narrow the field. She needs to see your build, your height, the way you move. And she has Malfoy, who has been watching you with a dedication that I would find admirable if it weren't directed at exposing a fellow student's secrets. Harry absorbed this. Snape was right. Malfoy was the most dangerous variable in the equation, because Malfoy combined intelligence with motivation, observation with malice, and a family connection to Voldemort's inner circle that made him simultaneously an adversary and an intelligence asset. "What do you suggest?" Harry asked. Snape's answer surprised him. "I suggest you accept help." The alliance that formed over the following weeks was as unlikely as anything in Harry's increasingly unlikely life. Snape became, against every instinct and inclination, Harry's covert advisor on the castle's defenses. He provided maps of the underground passages that weren't in any student-accessible record, identified ward weaknesses that Dumbledore had been too preoccupied or too trusting to address, and most valuably, fed Harry information from the Death Eater side of the war. As a double agent, Snape had access to Voldemort's strategic thinking, and while the information was filtered through layers of deception and counter-deception that made Harry's head spin, the broad strokes were clear. Voldemort was planning to move on Hogwarts before the end of the school year. The Nexus was his primary objective. Harry was his secondary objective, and the attack would come from below. He has acquired a modified drilling charm from a source in the Department of Mysteries, Snape reported during one of their clandestine corridor meetings, his voice barely above a whisper despite Harry's assurance that no one was within earshot, an assurance backed by sensor webs that covered a radius of 200 feet in every direction. The charm is designed to penetrate magically reinforced geological structures. It will not work against the Nexus's immediate containment. The artifact generates its own defenses, but it will allow access to the chamber complex that surrounds it. When? The timeline is accelerating. The Dark Lord was originally planning for June, the end of the school year, when the castle's population would be depleted and the staff distracted by examinations. But the Nexus's increasing activity has forced his hand. He is now targeting late January, perhaps earlier. Harry felt the timeline pressing in on him like walls closing. Less than 2 months. Less than 2 months to prepare a defense against an assault that would come through the earth itself, led by the most dangerous dark wizard in a century, aimed at an artifact of unimaginable power buried directly beneath the castle where 800 children slept. The DA became, by necessity, something more than a study group. Harry didn't tell them everything. The Nexus, the soul fragment, the full extent of his transformation remained closely held secrets, but he told them enough. He told them that Death Eaters had attempted to infiltrate the castle. He told them that the Ministry was not providing adequate protection. He told them that they needed to be prepared for the possibility of a real attack, not the theoretical scenarios of a classroom, but the chaotic, terrifying reality of dark wizards in the corridors of their school. The response was extraordinary. These were students who had been told all year that the war wasn't real, that Voldemort hadn't returned, that Harry Potter was a liar and a lunatic. They had been force-fed propaganda by a professor who punished them for asking questions and rewarded them for obedience. And now, in the room of requirement, with the door sealed and the Marauder's map confirming their privacy, they chose to believe the boy who had never lied to them about what was coming. Neville Longbottom stepped forward first. "What do you need us to do?" It was the question Harry had been waiting for, and the answer he gave transformed the DA from a defense club into a fighting force. He restructured the training entirely. Gone were the general-purpose practice sessions and the rotating focus on different spells. In their place, Harry implemented a system of specialized teams, each assigned to a specific role in the castle's defense. Neville led the perimeter team, a group responsible for monitoring the castle's physical access points and maintaining alert protocols. Luna Lovegood, whose dreamy demeanor concealed an observational acuity that Harry's spider sense confirmed was genuine, led the intelligence team, tasked with monitoring the political situation, tracking Umbridge's movements and plans, and gathering information from contacts outside the school. Ginny Weasley commanded what Harry privately thought of as the strike team, the best duelists in the DA, trained in coordinated combat tactics that went far beyond individual spell proficiency. And then there was Fred and George. The Weasley twins had been operating their own covert war against Umbridge for months, but their integration into the DA's structure brought a dimension of creative chaos that proved invaluable. Their products, the puking pastilles, the darkness powder, the decoy detonators, the portable swamp, were weapons, viewed through the right lens. Harry recognized this immediately, his enhanced mind seeing applications that the twins themselves hadn't considered. Darkness powder in every approach corridor, Harry said during a late-night planning session, his masked figure visible to the DA for the first time, a decision that had been the subject of intense debate between himself, Ron, and Hermione, and that had ultimately been resolved by the practical argument that you couldn't command a force you couldn't address. Decoy detonators at every intersection, portable swamp across the main staircase if the perimeter is breached. "You want us to booby-trap Hogwarts," Fred said, grinning with the particular delight of a man who had just been told that his life's work was militarily significant. "I want us to prepare Hogwarts. There's a difference." "Not much of one," George said cheerfully. The preparations went beyond the DA. Harry's nightly patrols expanded to include not just monitoring and intervention but active fortification. He reinforced the castle's ward points with web constructs that added a physical layer of defense to the magical protections, a redundancy that would prove critical if the wards themselves were compromised. He mapped the underground passages with a thoroughness that Snape's existing charts couldn't match, using his spider sense and his ability to navigate subterranean spaces that would have defeated any other explorer. The underground world beneath Hogwarts was vast, far larger than anyone had guessed. Beyond the known passages and the Chamber of Secrets, the castle's foundations rested on a honeycomb of tunnels, chambers, and caverns that extended deep into the bedrock. Some were natural, geological formations carved by millennia of water and geological pressure. Others were artificial, their walls smooth and precisely shaped in ways that spoke of construction by hands, or magic, far older than wizardry. Harry explored these spaces alone, moving through darkness that his enhanced vision turned into shades of silver and blue, his spider sense mapping the three-dimensional maze with an accuracy that no map could match. He found things down there, carved inscriptions in languages that predated Latin, crystalline formations that resonated with Nexus energy, vast chambers where the air hummed with a power so dense that Harry could feel it pressing against his skin like warm water. And he found the path to the Nexus. It was deep, 300 feet below the castle, as Snape had said, and the passage that led to it was guarded by defenses that were not magical in any way Harry recognized. The walls themselves seemed to resist intrusion, becoming harder, denser, more hostile the deeper he went. The air grew thick with Nexus energy, and Harry's spider sense, already operating at peak capacity, escalated into something that was almost visionary. He didn't just sense the space around him. He saw it in a way that went beyond sight, perceiving the molecular structure of the stone, the currents of energy that flowed through it, the vast, slow heartbeat of the artifact that lay at the center of it all. He stopped 100 feet short of the Nexus chamber. Not because he couldn't go further. His body, saturated with Nexus energy from the bite, was uniquely suited to this environment, but because the pull was becoming too strong. He could feel the artifact reaching for him, calling to the energy in his cells, trying to draw him in with a gravity that was more than physical. It would be easy, so easy, to let it pull him forward, to walk into the heart of the Nexus, and let the transformation complete itself. But Harry had not survived 15 years of Voldemort's shadow by being easy. He planted his feet on the tunnel floor, pressed his palms against the walls, and held himself in place by sheer force of will, the human will, not the spider's instinct. Because in this moment, it was the human part of him that mattered. Not yet, he whispered to the darkness, and the Nexus's pulse seemed to slow in response, not disappointed, not angry, but patient. It had waited millennia. It could wait a little longer. Harry climbed back to the surface, sealed the passage behind him with the strongest web he'd ever created, and emerged into the castle's lower corridors feeling as if he'd been to the bottom of the ocean and back. The confrontation with Umbridge came, as Snape had predicted, on a December evening when the castle was blanketed in snow, and the corridors glowed with the warm light of floating candles. Harry was in the library, doing an admirable job of pretending to study transfiguration, while actually listening to his sensor webs relay the movements of everyone in the castle. When the spider sense fired, not the sharp scream of immediate danger, but the sustained, low-frequency pulse of an approaching threat that was bureaucratic rather than physical. Umbridge entered the library with 3 ministry officials in tow. They wore the gray robes of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and they carried clipboards and quills and expressions of official purpose that made Harry's stomach clench. "Mr. Potter." Umbridge's voice was sugar over steel, her smile bolted into place with a rigidity that suggested it had been rehearsed. "These gentlemen are from the Ministry's Creature Classification Office. They have some questions they'd like to ask you." The library fell silent. Every student in the room was watching, their attention drawn by the magnetism of confrontation and the particular frisson that accompanied any interaction between Harry and Umbridge. Harry closed his book. "Questions about what, Professor?" "About your unusual physical capabilities. Several witnesses have reported incidents of enhanced performance that fall outside the parameters of normal wizarding ability." She consulted a pink folder with manicured fingers, catching a falling suit of armor with one hand, evading hexes with impossible speed, demonstrating reflexes that are, according to your classmates, not human. She looked up with eyes that glittered with barely concealed triumph. "The Ministry takes a very serious interest in wizards who may have been subjected to unauthorized magical modification." The phrase hit Harry like a slap, not because it was unexpected, but because hearing it spoken aloud in public with Ministry officials present crystallized the threat into something immediate and real. "I haven't been modified," Harry said, keeping his voice calm, steady, and pitched at exactly the volume that would carry to every ear in the library without appearing to be addressed to an audience. "I'm a wizard, a student. If my reflexes are good, it's because I've been playing Quidditch since I was 11. Quidditch does not typically enable one to catch a 400-pound suit of armor, one of the ministry officials said, consulting his clipboard. Mr. Potter, we'd like to conduct a standard physiological assessment. It's a routine procedure, painless, non-invasive, and it would help us determine whether you've been exposed to any unauthorized transformative agents. Harry's spider sense was painting the room in threat gradients, and the three ministry officials registered as genuine, bureaucrats following orders, not Death Eaters in disguise. Umbridge was the real threat, and she registered not as danger but as malice, cold, calculated, wrapped in pink wool and wielded with institutional precision. I'd like to consult Professor McGonagall before agreeing to any assessment, Harry said. That won't be necessary, Umbridge said sweetly. Under Educational Decree No. 23, the High Inquisitor has the authority to authorize medical evaluations of students without parental or faculty consent. These gentlemen have my full authorization, and I refuse. The word dropped into the library like a stone. The watching students held their breath. Umbridge's smile didn't waver, but something behind her eyes shifted, a predator recognizing that its prey had teeth. Mr. Potter, refusal to cooperate with a ministry evaluation is a serious matter. It could be interpreted as evidence that you have something to hide. It could be interpreted as a student exercising his right to bodily autonomy. I believe there's a statute about that. The Wizarding Rights Act of 1742, Section 12. The ministry cannot compel a magical citizen to submit to physiological examination without either a judicial order or evidence of imminent danger to others. Harry paused, allowing himself a small, tight smile. I've been doing some reading. He hadn't, actually. Hermione had done the reading, and she had briefed him on exactly this scenario during a late-night session in the Room of Requirement, anticipating Umbridge's move with the kind of strategic foresight that made Harry grateful, on a near-daily basis, that she was on his side. Umbridge's expression underwent a series of microshifts that Harry's enhanced perception tracked in exquisite detail: surprise, anger, calculation, and finally a cold, settled determination that was more dangerous than any of its predecessors. Very well, Mr. Potter. We will pursue this through proper channels. She turned to the ministry officials. Gentlemen, I'll have the judicial order within the week. In the meantime, she looked back at Harry, and her smile was a knife wrapped in candy floss. In the meantime, I would advise you to consider your position very carefully. The ministry's patience is not infinite. She left. The ministry officials followed. The library slowly resumed its normal volume, but the atmosphere had changed, charged with the electric tension of a confrontation that everyone knew wasn't over. Hermione appeared at Harry's elbow within seconds, materializing from between the bookshelves with a timing that suggested she'd been listening from behind the restricted section. The judicial order, she whispered urgently. She'll get it. Fudge will sign anything she puts in front of him, and the Wisengamot won't intervene. They're too afraid of looking soft on dark magic. How long? A week, maybe less. Harry, if they examine you, a standard physiological assessment would reveal everything. Enhanced muscular density, modified sensory organs, the adhesive properties of your skin, it would all be in the report. And then they classify you. Under the creature classification system, any wizard displaying non-human physical characteristics of unknown or unauthorized origin can be designated as a class 4 magical entity. That means, I know what it means. Harry's voice was quiet, but it carried a resonance that made the nearby candles flicker. Supervised containment, mandatory monitoring, effective imprisonment. They looked at each other across a chasm of implications, and Harry felt the full weight of his dual existence pressing down on him. The student who wanted nothing more than to pass his owls and play Quidditch, and the transformed being who crawled across ceilings and spun webs and heard the heartbeat of an ancient artifact 300 feet below his shoes. "We need more time," Harry said. "Voldemort's moving. The castle needs to be ready. If Umbridge takes me out of the equation now, then we stop Umbridge." The voice came from behind them, and Harry's spider sense identified the speaker before he turned. Neville Longbottom stood between the bookshelves, his face pale but set with a determination that Harry had seen before in the room of requirement during DA sessions, when Neville pushed through his fear and his self-doubt and found, beneath them, a bedrock of courage that not even years of belittlement could erode. "I heard everything," Neville said. "And before you ask, no, I didn't follow you. I was already here, researching something for Sprout, and Umbridge walked right past me without noticing. She does that a lot." A ghost of a smile crossed his round face. "Being forgettable has its advantages." "Neville," Hermione began. "I know about the mask," Neville said simply. "I know about the patrols. I've known for weeks." At their identical expressions of alarm, he raised a calming hand. "I haven't told anyone. I figured it out because I'm not as stupid as everyone thinks, and because I share a dormitory with someone who regularly leaves his bed at midnight and returns with cobwebs in his hair." Harry opened his mouth, closed it, and realized that the secret he'd been guarding so carefully had been breached by the simple, devastating weapon of proximity. Neville slept 10 feet from him, and Neville was more observant than anyone gave him credit for. "How much do you know?" Harry asked quietly. "Enough to know that whatever happened to you in the Forbidden Forest, it made you stronger and faster and different. Enough to know that you're protecting the castle while the adults argue about procedures. And enough to know that Umbridge is a bigger threat to you right now than Voldemort." Neville said the name without flinching, a small act of courage that most people wouldn't have noticed, but that Harry, with his enhanced perception of human emotional states, recognized immediately as significant. "So what do we do?" The plan came together over 3 days of frantic preparation. It was, in its essence, a gamble, but a calculated one, built on the combined tactical intelligence of Harry's spider sense, Hermione's legal knowledge, Neville's unexpected talent for logistics, and Luna Lovegood's uncanny ability to see angles that no one else considered. "The judicial order requires the signature of the Minister for Magic," Luna said dreamily during one of their planning sessions, lying on the floor of the room of requirement with her blonde hair spread around her head like a halo and her silver eyes fixed on the ceiling. "If the minister is temporarily unable to sign documents, say, because of a sudden and unexplained infestation of Raxperts in his office, the order would be delayed." "Luna, Raxperts aren't real," Ron said automatically. "But the Weasley twins' confusion confections are," Luna replied without a trace of irony. "And their effects are remarkably similar to what one would expect from a Raxpert infestation." There was a pause while everyone in the room arrived at their own speed, at the realization that Luna Lovegood had just proposed sabotaging the Minister for Magic. "I love you," Ginny said to Luna with complete sincerity. "I love you, and I want to be you when I grow up." The plan was multi-layered. The twins provided the confusion confections, which were smuggled to an order member who worked in the ministry, Tonks, recruited via a carefully worded message that gave her just enough information to act and not enough to be compromised. The confections didn't need to reach Fudge directly. They just needed to create enough administrative chaos in his office to delay the signing of the judicial order for a week. Simultaneously, Hermione filed a formal protest with the Wisengamot's Office of Civil Protections, citing the Wizarding Rights Act and 6 subsidiary statutes that she had memorized in their entirety. The protest wouldn't prevent the order, but it would force a review period, another week of delay. And while the bureaucratic chess was playing out, Harry focused on what he did best, preparing for war. The web network expanded. Harry spent every available night reinforcing the castle's defenses, spinning new strands, creating redundant sensor networks, and establishing what he privately called kill zones. Narrow corridors and passage intersections where intruders would be funneled into spaces where his webs could immobilize them, and the DA's strike teams could engage them under optimal conditions. It was during one of these nocturnal fortification sessions that Harry encountered the person he'd been most trying to avoid. Draco Malfoy was waiting for him on the 7th floor, not patrolling, not skulking, waiting, standing in the center of the corridor with his arms at his sides and his wand in his pocket, his posture radiating a deliberate vulnerability that Harry's spider sense read as genuine. Harry, masked and crawling along the ceiling, paused. His every instinct, both the spiders and the humans, screamed that this was a trap, but his spider sense was giving him contradictory signals. Danger, yes, but not the kind that came from ambush or attack. The danger Malfoy represented was more complex than that, political, personal, deeply uncertain. Harry dropped to the floor in front of Malfoy, landing silently and straightened to his full height. In the mask, with his enhanced physique and the spider's predatory grace, he was an imposing figure, and Malfoy, to his credit, only flinched slightly. "I know who you are," Malfoy said. Harry said nothing. "I know who you are," Malfoy repeated, "and I know what's happening to the castle. The webs. The reinforced passages, the ward improvements." He paused, and Harry watched his face, the sharp, aristocratic features working through emotions that Malfoy had never been taught to display. Fear, conflict, and beneath them both, something that Harry's enhanced perception identified with genuine surprise, desperation. "My father told me about the Nexus," Malfoy said. "He told me what the Dark Lord plans to do, the assault through the underground passages, the seizure of the artifact. He told me because he wants me to facilitate it, to provide information about the castle's internal layout, the patrol schedules, the defensive positions." Harry's hands curled at his sides, the spider's instinct to strike warring with the human intelligence that recognized something important happening in front of him. "And I'm telling you," Malfoy continued, his voice dropping to a whisper that trembled at its edges, "because I don't want to do it. Because there are people in this castle who have never done anything to me, and they don't deserve what's coming. And because—" He stopped, swallowed hard, and finished in a voice so quiet that only Harry's enhanced hearing could have caught it. "Because my mother asked me to find a way out." Harry stood in the corridor, masked and motionless, and felt the world rearrange itself around this unexpected axis. Draco Malfoy asking for help. Narcissa Malfoy looking for an escape. The Malfoy family cracking under the weight of allegiances that had seemed eternal. "What do you want?" Harry asked, his voice distorted by the mask into something that was neither male nor female, young nor old, just authority. "Protection. For my mother. She has no part in this. She never took the mark, never wanted the Dark Lord in her home. If you can guarantee her safety, I can't guarantee anything. Then do what you can." Malfoy's voice broke on the last word, and Harry saw, actually saw, with senses that could read the microdilations of pupils and the minute contractions of facial muscles, the moment when Draco Malfoy's mask cracked and the frightened boy underneath showed through. Harry reached up and pulled off his own mask. Malfoy stared at him. The surprise was genuine and complicated because on some level Malfoy had already known, and the confirmation was less shocking than the act of vulnerability it represented. "Potter," Malfoy said. "Malfoy," Harry said. They looked at each other in the empty corridor, with the castle sleeping around them and the war closing in on every side. And between them, between the boy who lived and the boy who had been raised to oppose everything he stood for, something shifted. Not friendship, not trust, but the acknowledgement that they were trapped in the same storm, and that surviving it might require alliances that would have been unthinkable a year ago. "Tell me everything your father told you," Harry said. "Every detail, every timeline, every name, and I'll do what I can for your mother," Malfoy told him, and what he told him changed everything again. Voldemort's plan was more advanced than Snape had indicated. The drilling charm had already been tested in a ministry facility that the Death Eaters had infiltrated. The assault team was assembled, 20 Death Eaters, including the Inner Circle, led by Voldemort himself. The target date was not late January. It was January 6th, 3 weeks away. Harry returned to the room of requirement at 4 in the morning, pulled off his mask, and looked at Ron and Hermione with eyes that held the accumulated weight of everything he'd learned. "We're out of time," he said. "Voldemort is coming in 3 weeks." The room was silent. Then Ron, with the quiet steadiness that emerged in him at moments when fear should have been overwhelming but something stronger took its place, said, "Then we'd better be ready." And Hermione, already reaching for her bag, already pulling out parchment and quills and maps, said, "We will be." Harry looked at his friends, these two people who had stood beside him through everything, who had followed him into danger and darkness and the unknown without hesitation, and felt the spider's power humming in his blood and the Nexus's pulse beating beneath his feet and the vast, terrible weight of what was coming pressing down on all of them. 3 weeks. He pressed his palms to the wall, felt the castle's heartbeat, and made a silent promise to every sleeping soul within its walls. Whatever it took, whatever it cost, he would hold. Chapter 4 end. Chapter 5. Breaking point. The arrest came at breakfast. Harry sensed them before he saw them, a disturbance in his web network, multiple bodies moving in coordinated formation through the entrance hall, their magical signatures registering as unfamiliar and hostile. His spider sense escalated from background awareness to full alert in the space between one heartbeat and the next, painting the approaching threat in vivid, three-dimensional clarity. 12 individuals, adult wizards, heavy with defensive enchantments and carrying the particular magical resonance of Ministry combat gear. He had exactly 7 seconds. "Ron, Hermione, something's coming." They looked up from their toast with the immediate, unquestioning alertness that months of crisis had trained into them. No questions, no hesitation, just sharp eyes and hands moving toward wands. The doors of the great hall burst open, and Dolores Umbridge walked in at the head of a squad of Ministry Aurors. She was smiling. That terrible, bolted-on smile that never reached her eyes, that existed solely as a mask for the predatory intelligence underneath. She wore her usual pink cardigan over Ministry robes, and the judicial order in her hand was sealed with the wax stamp of the minister's office, the crimson sigil gleaming in the candlelight like a drop of blood. "Harry James Potter," she announced, her voice carrying the practiced projection of someone who had rehearsed this moment in front of a mirror. "By order of the Minister for Magic, you are hereby detained for compulsory physiological evaluation under Section 19 of the Dangerous Magical Creatures Act. You will surrender your wand and accompany these officers to the Ministry's evaluation facility immediately." The great hall went silent. 400 students stared. At the staff table, McGonagall was on her feet, her face white with fury, her wand in her hand. Flitwick had knocked over his goblet. Sprout gripped the edge of the table as if preparing to overturn it. Harry stood slowly. His spider sense was screaming, not because the Aurors were an immediate physical threat, but because the political trap that Umbridge had constructed was closing around him with the precision of a machine, and the consequences of his next action would determine the trajectory of everything that followed. He could fight. The thought was there, immediate and visceral, the spider's instinct to meet force with force, to web the Aurors to the walls and leap from the table and disappear into the castle's hidden spaces, where no one without his abilities could follow. He could evade capture indefinitely within Hogwarts. His sensor webs, his speed, his knowledge of every passage and hidden room in the castle, they made him essentially uncatchable. But if he fought, Umbridge won. Every act of resistance would be documented, reported, and used as evidence that he was exactly what she claimed. A dangerous creature, uncontrolled and uncontrollable, a threat to students and staff alike. The narrative would write itself, and no amount of legal maneuvering by Hermione could overcome the visual of Harry Potter attacking ministry officials in front of hundreds of witnesses. He looked at Ron and Hermione. Ron's face was rigid with the effort of not drawing his wand. Hermione's eyes were bright with unshed tears, but her mind, Harry could see it working behind those brown eyes, processing options at the speed of desperation. "Go," Hermione mouthed. "We'll handle it." Harry didn't know what it was, but he trusted her, trusted them both, with the same absolute, unquestioning faith that had carried them through the chamber and the time turner and the graveyard and every impossible situation that the universe had thrown at three teenagers who refused to break. He placed his wand on the table. The holly wood gleamed in the candlelight, and letting go of it felt like amputating a limb, not because he needed it. His wandless magic was, by now, stronger than his wand-cast spells, but because it was a symbol of surrender, and Harry Potter had never surrendered anything in his life. "I'll come voluntarily," he said, and his voice, his normal, undistorted, unmistakably Harry Potter voice, carried across the silent hall with a clarity that made several students flinch. "Under protest, and with the expectation that my legal rights under the Wizarding Rights Act will be respected in full." Umbridge's smile widened. "Of course, Mr. Potter. The Ministry always respects due process." The Aurors closed in around him, a practiced formation, two in front, two behind, the rest flanking, and marched him out of the great hall. Harry went with them willingly, his back straight, his head up, and his spider sense cataloging every detail of his escort's positions, capabilities, and intentions. Behind him the hall erupted. He heard it all, enhanced hearing carrying the sounds to him as if he were still in the room. McGonagall's voice, sharp as a scalpel, demanding to see the judicial order. Hermione's voice, steady and precise, citing statute numbers with the rapid-fire confidence of someone who had spent 3 nights memorizing every relevant law on the books. Ron's voice, angrier and louder, telling Umbridge exactly what he thought of her and her ministry in terms that would probably earn him a month of detention. And beneath the voices, quieter but no less significant, Neville's voice, whispering to Ginny. Luna's voice, murmuring to the DA members at the Ravenclaw table. A network of communication activating, plans being set in motion, pieces moving on a board that Umbridge didn't know existed. The Ministry Evaluation Facility was housed in a sub-basement of the Ministry of Magic, accessible through a series of security checkpoints that Harry's spider sense mapped with automatic precision. The corridors were narrow, lit by cold blue mage lights and lined with doors that bore classification numbers rather than names, a system designed to reduce individuals to data points, to strip them of identity and humanity and leave only the accessible, quantifiable, controllable. They put him in a cell. Not a room, a cell. 8 feet by 10, with a cot, a toilet, and a chair bolted to the floor. The door was reinforced steel with a magical lock that Harry's senses told him he could break in approximately 2 seconds. The walls were warded against magical interference, apparition, portkey activation, and offensive spellwork were all suppressed within the room. The wards did not suppress his spider abilities. They were keyed to magical signatures and Harry's physical enhancements. The strength, the adhesion, the spider sense were biological, not magical at their base level. The wards were fighting the wrong war. Harry sat on the cot and pressed his palms to the wall. The cell was deep underground, deeper than the Nexus in terms of the ministry's architecture, and the stone was cold and dead, stripped of the magical resonance that made Hogwarts feel alive. But Harry's sensor webs, strung across the castle 300 miles to the north, were still connected to him. The connection was faint, attenuated by distance, filtered through layers of earth and stone and air, but it was there. He could feel the castle breathing. He could feel the Nexus pulsing. He could feel, at the very edge of his awareness, the movements of his friends as they executed whatever plan Hermione had devised. He waited. The evaluation team arrived 4 hours later, 3 Mediwitches and a department official, all wearing the neutral expressions of professionals who had learned not to form opinions about the subjects of their assessments. They were accompanied by 2 Aurors who stood by the door with wands drawn, their stances betraying a nervousness that Harry's spider sense read clearly. They had been briefed about his supposed abilities and were expecting trouble. "Mr. Potter," the department official said, consulting a clipboard, "will be conducting a standard physiological and magical evaluation. The process takes approximately 2 hours. Please remove your robe and—" "I'm exercising my right to legal counsel," Harry said calmly. Under the Wizarding Rights Act, the Act provides for legal counsel during judicial proceedings. This is an administrative evaluation. Counsel is not required, but also not prohibited. Section 12, subsection C. No wizard shall be compelled to undergo physiological assessment without the opportunity to consult with a legal representative of their choosing. The subsection doesn't specify judicial versus administrative contexts. The official's expression flickered, surprise, followed by the particular frustration of a bureaucrat encountering legal literacy in an unexpected place. "Mr. Potter, I assure you, I'd like to consult with my legal representative before proceeding. If you'd be so kind as to contact—" Harry paused, reaching for the name Hermione had given him during their contingency planning sessions. "Andromeda Tonks. She's a licensed magical advocate." The official looked at the Aurors. The Aurors looked at each other. Nobody wanted to be the person who denied a legal right on record, because records had a way of surfacing at inopportune moments, and the political climate around Harry Potter was volatile enough to make careers and break them. "We'll send a message," the official said stiffly. "The evaluation will be postponed until your representative arrives." They left. The cell door closed with a heavy, final sound that should have been oppressive, but that Harry registered with something close to satisfaction. Every hour of delay was an hour that his friends had to work. Andromeda Tonks arrived the following morning, 18 hours after Harry's arrest, during which time he had meditated, exercised within the confines of his cell, and maintained his connection to the castle's web network with a concentration that would have impressed any Occlumens. Andromeda was a Tonks in everything but appearance, where her daughter Nymphadora was bright-haired and energetic. Andromeda was dark-haired and composed, with the aristocratic bearing of a woman who had been born a black and had chosen, at great personal cost, to become something else. She entered the cell with the quiet confidence of a professional in her element, and spent 3 hours reviewing Harry's case with a legal precision that made Hermione's efforts look amateur by comparison. "The judicial order is valid," she told him, her voice carrying the measured tone of someone delivering bad news with maximum useful context. The minister signed it. The Wisengamot's emergency protocols were satisfied, and the legal challenges your friend filed, impressive work, by the way, have been noted but not granted standing. So they can force the evaluation. They can compel attendance. They cannot compel cooperation. You have the right to refuse any specific test, at the cost of the refusal being noted in the official record. The question is whether the political cost of refusal outweighs the risk of compliance. Harry considered this. The evaluation would reveal everything: the enhanced musculature, the adhesive skin, the modified sensory organs. Once documented, the information would be in ministry hands, subject to classification decisions made by people who answered to Fudge and by extension to Umbridge. The political consequences would be catastrophic, but refusing every test would be its own kind of admission. The ministry would frame the refusal as obstruction, evidence of consciousness of guilt, proof that Harry was hiding non-human characteristics. The narrative would shift from student with good reflexes to creature in human disguise, and the legal protections that Andromeda could mount would erode under the weight of public suspicion. He was trapped. And for the first time since the transformation, Harry felt the walls closing in, not the physical walls of the cell, which he could have walked through with a flex of enhanced muscle, but the institutional walls that Umbridge had built with patient, methodical precision over months of bureaucratic warfare. "There's a third option," Andromeda said, watching him with the sharp, perceptive eyes that seemed to run in the Black family regardless of individual moral alignment. "The evaluation can be conducted by an independent magical physician, rather than ministry staff if both parties agree. The results would be confidential, shared only with the court and the defendant, not with the broader ministry. Umbridge would never agree to that. Umbridge doesn't have to. The judicial order specifies qualified medical professionals. It doesn't specify ministry-employed professionals." Andromeda allowed herself a thin smile. "A loophole, Mr. Potter. Small, but potentially significant." Harry looked at her, and his spider sense read the calculation behind her composure. The chess player's mind inherited from her family, turned to better purposes than any Black had managed in generations. "Who did you have in mind?" "Madame Pomfrey is the obvious choice. She's already familiar with your medical history. She's bound by healer-patient confidentiality, and she is universally respected in the magical medical community. A refusal to accept her as the evaluating physician would be difficult for the ministry to justify publicly." Harry felt something loosen in his chest, not hope exactly, but the recognition that he was not, despite appearances, alone in this fight. His friends were working above ground. Andromeda was working within the system. And Madame Pomfrey, the woman who had kept him alive through basilisk venom and Dementor encounters and Quidditch injuries too numerous to count, might be the key to threading the needle between exposure and escape. "Do it," he said. The bureaucratic battle that followed lasted 2 days. 2 days of messages and counter-messages, legal filings and procedural challenges, meetings between Andromeda and ministry officials that Harry heard about secondhand, but that his spider sense, even at 300 miles distance, painted in emotional gradients of frustration, determination, and the grinding friction of institutions in conflict. During those 2 days, Harry sat in his cell and felt the war approaching. The connection to Voldemort, amplified by his enhanced senses, sharpened by the nexus energy in his system, was stronger than it had ever been. The cell's anti-magical ward suppressed wand magic but did nothing to the soul link between Harry and the Dark Lord, and through that link, Harry felt Voldemort's preparations accelerating. The anticipation was building in the Dark Lord's mind like pressure in a sealed vessel, cold, controlled, immense. He was close, so close. The drilling charm was ready, the assault team was assembled, and the date was locked. January 6th, 8 days away. And Harry was in a ministry cell, 300 miles from the castle he'd sworn to protect. The rescue, when it came, was not what Harry expected. He had anticipated something from the DA, a student-led liberation effort, brave and chaotic, and probably involving Fred and George's portable swamp. He had anticipated something from the Order, a political intervention, perhaps, or a legal maneuver that finally broke through the ministry's procedural barriers. What he got was Neville Longbottom, alone, walking into the Ministry of Magic through the front door at 9 o'clock in the morning with a visitor's badge pinned to his robes, and the look of a boy who had decided that fear was less important than friendship. Harry heard him coming, footsteps in the corridor, accompanied by the particular magical signature that Harry's webs had catalogued during months of DA training sessions. Neville's gait was distinctive, steady, slightly heavy, carrying the physical memory of years of self-doubt in its rhythm, but straighter now, more purposeful, the posture of someone who had found a spine he'd always had and had finally decided to use it. The cell door opened. Neville stood in the doorway, flanked not by Aurors but by two members of the Wisengamot, elderly witches in plum-colored robes, their faces set with the particular severity of people who have been thoroughly convinced that an injustice is being committed. "Harry," Neville said, "you're free to go." Harry stared at him. "How?" Hermione filed 12 separate legal challenges in 3 different jurisdictions. Luna provided the Wisengamot members with evidence that Umbridge's evaluation order violated 4 international magical rights treaties. Ginny organized a student petition signed by 312 Hogwarts students demanding your release. And I, Neville paused and a blush crept up his neck. I testified before the Wisengamot's emergency session about what I saw in the Forbidden Forest during our first year and the Chamber of Secrets in our second, about what you did, about who you are. You testified, publicly, under oath, with every major magical newspaper in attendance. Neville's blush deepened, but his eyes held steady. I told them that Harry Potter has spent 5 years protecting people who didn't know they needed protecting, and that arresting him for being good at it was the most backwards thing I'd ever heard. And then I told them that if they wanted to evaluate someone's fitness to be in the wizarding world, they should start with the woman who makes students write in their own blood. The silence that followed was absolute. Harry looked at Neville, round-faced, frequently underestimated, perpetually overlooked Neville Longbottom, and saw him clearly, perhaps for the first time. Not the clumsy boy who melted cauldrons and lost his toad. The son of Frank and Alice Longbottom, who had defied Voldemort 3 times and paid for it with their minds. The boy who had stood up in the Great Hall during their first year and tried to stop them from losing more house points. The boy who had just walked into the Ministry of Magic and publicly accused the senior undersecretary to the minister of torturing children. "You magnificent idiot," Harry said, and the warmth in his voice made Neville grin. The journey back to Hogwarts was a blur of motion and urgency. Andromeda had secured a portkey, legal, authorized, and activated the moment they cleared the ministry's anti-transportation zone. Harry, Neville, and the 2 Wisengamot members, who had insisted on escorting Harry personally, their professional indignation having reached a level that demanded witness-bearing, materialized in Hogsmeade in a swirl of displaced air, and immediately began the walk to the castle. Harry's sensor webs greeted him like a homecoming, information flooding through the connection, filling the gaps that distance had created, restoring his awareness to its full, castle-spanning scope. He felt everything: the students in their classes, the professors at their posts, the DA members at their assigned stations, maintaining the heightened alert that Hermione had ordered in his absence. And beneath it all, deeper, more insistent, the Nexus. Its pulse had quickened further during his 4 days away, and the energy it radiated felt different now. More focused, more directed, as if the artifact sensed what was coming and was preparing itself. 7 days. Harry was back in the room of requirement within the hour, surrounded by the core members of the DA. The room reflected their collective urgency. The training obstacles had been replaced by maps, charts, and a three-dimensional model of the castle that Hermione had enchanted to display the web network, the ward points, and the known underground passages in real time. "Report," Harry said, and the word came out with the natural authority of someone who had spent months leading people and was no longer surprised by it. Hermione went first. "Umbridge has been temporarily suspended from her position pending an inquiry into the blood quill allegations. Neville's testimony triggered an automatic investigation. The Wisengamot has no choice but to follow through, even if the Ministry tries to bury it. She's still in the castle, but her authority has been significantly curtailed." "Snape sent word through the network," Ron continued. "Voldemort knows about your arrest. He's debating whether to move the timeline forward. Our detention might look like an opportunity to him, with the castle's defenses disrupted." "They're not disrupted," Ginny said firmly. "We maintained everything while you were gone. Every web, every ward reinforcement, every patrol schedule. Luna's intelligence team tracked 3 separate attempts to probe the castle's perimeter, all turned back by the web defenses." Harry looked at them, his army, his friends, these teenagers who had stepped into the gap left by his absence and held the line with a competence that would have impressed any adult military strategist. "It won't be enough," he said, and the words fell into the room like cold water. 20 Death Eaters, led by Voldemort, with a charm that can drill through bedrock. They're coming through the underground passages, targeting the Nexus directly. Our surface defenses are strong, but they're coming from below. Then we take the fight underground, Neville said. Every eye in the room turned to him. Neville stood near the back, his round face set with the determination that Harry was learning to recognize as his most fundamental characteristic. Not courage exactly, but the refusal to be stopped by fear. "Harry knows the underground passages better than anyone," Neville continued. "He's mapped them, webbed them, explored them. If we can set up defensive positions in the tunnels, choke points where a small force can hold against a larger one, we don't need to stop them at the surface. We stop them before they ever reach the Nexus." "You're talking about a battle in tunnels 300 feet underground," Hermione said carefully. "Against Death Eaters, against Voldemort." "I'm talking about a battle wherever we need to fight it," Neville said simply. "That's what the DA is for, isn't it? Defense. We defend." The planning session lasted 6 hours. They mapped the underground approaches, identified 3 primary choke points where the tunnels narrowed enough to create defensible positions, and assigned teams to each. Neville would lead the first line of defense in the outermost tunnel, the one that connected to the Shrieking Shack passage. Ginny would command the second position, deeper in the underground network, covering the junction where 3 passages converged. Luna would coordinate communications from the surface, using enchanted coins, an evolution of the DA's original communication system, upgraded with longer range and the ability to transmit short messages. Ron would lead the surface defense, the contingency force positioned in the castle proper, ready to respond if the underground line failed. Hermione would be with Harry. "Someone needs to be with you when you face the Nexus chamber," she said, and her voice brooked no argument. "You're planning to go deeper than any of the defensive positions, aren't you? You're planning to reach the Nexus itself." Harry didn't deny it. The Nexus was the prize, the thing Voldemort was coming for, and if it couldn't be defended, it could perhaps be controlled, or at least influenced. The connection between Harry and the artifact was undeniable, and the possibility that Harry could use that connection to affect the outcome of the battle was too significant to ignore. "I need to try," Harry said. "The Nexus is responding to me. It has been since the bite. If I can reach the chamber, if I can establish a direct connection, I might be able to use the Nexus's power to reinforce the castle's defenses, or to counter Voldemort's drilling charm, or to do something else entirely that none of us can predict. Or it might overwhelm you," Hermione said quietly. "The pull you described, the artifact trying to reintegrate you, if you go into the Nexus chamber, you might not come out as yourself." Harry met her eyes. "I might not. But if Voldemort gets the Nexus, nobody comes out as themselves. The power that artifact represents in his hands would make the first wizarding war look like a schoolyard fight." The days counted down with the inexorable precision of a clock that knows it's measuring something terrible. Harry spent every waking hour preparing. The underground defensive positions were fortified with webs, traps, and structural reinforcements. The DA trained in tunnel combat, a discipline that none of them had encountered before, and that Harry improvised from first principles, using his spider sense and his three-dimensional spatial awareness to develop tactics that compensated for the claustrophobic, disorienting environment of underground warfare. The students rose to the challenge with a ferocity that surprised even Harry. These were children, 15, 16, 17 years old, and they were preparing for war with a seriousness and a competence that spoke to something fundamental about the human capacity for courage in the face of existential threat. Neville, who had once been afraid of his own potions professor, practiced tunnel defense drills until he could organize a fighting retreat through 100 meters of underground passage in under 4 minutes. Ginny, whose older brothers had taught her to fight dirty, developed a spell combination that could collapse a section of tunnel ceiling on command, sealing an approach with tons of fallen rock. Luna, whose serenity in the face of danger was either enlightenment or insanity, and probably a bit of both, calibrated the communication system until it could relay messages through 300 feet of solid stone without degradation. Fred and George transformed the tunnel approaches into an obstacle course of magical mayhem. Darkness powder bombs rigged to tripwires, decoy detonators set to activate in sequence, and something they called the Wildfire Whiz-Bang Tunnel Edition, a modified firework that, when detonated in an enclosed space, produced a wall of magical fire that burned hot enough to melt stone and smart enough to target only those without a designated countercharm. "Won't that collapse the tunnel?" Hermione asked, examining the modified firework with the careful attention of someone who appreciated destructive ingenuity but preferred it to be survivable. "Probably," George said cheerfully. "Definitely," Fred corrected. "But by the time it goes off, our people will be behind the blast line and their people will be very much in front of it." "Their people might include Voldemort," Harry said. "Would the firework stop him?" The twins exchanged a look. "Stop him? Probably not. Slow him down, annoy him, and ruin his dramatic entrance. Absolutely." Harry almost laughed. In the face of everything, the approaching assault, the impossible odds, the certain knowledge that some of them might not survive the night that was coming, the Weasley twins' incorrigible irreverence was a lifeline, a reminder that the human spirit's primary defense mechanism against terror was not courage but humor. The night of January 5th arrived with a deceptive normalcy that made Harry's skin crawl. Dinner in the Great Hall was the usual riot of conversation and clashing cutlery. The enchanted ceiling showed a clear, cold sky full of winter stars. The house tables were full of students who had no idea that the ground beneath them had been fortified, booby-trapped, and webbed into the most extensive defensive network that had been constructed at Hogwarts since the founders laid the first wards. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione and ate roast chicken and potatoes, and tried to memorize the exact quality of the moment, the warmth of the hall, the sound of laughter, the smell of food and fire, and the particular alchemy of several hundred human beings existing in the same space. He did this not because he thought he might die, though the possibility existed, and he was honest enough to acknowledge it, but because moments of normalcy had become precious commodities in his life, and he wanted to hold this one close against the darkness that was coming. At 9 o'clock, the DA members began their preparations. Teams moved to their positions with practiced efficiency, using the Room of Requirement's secret entrance and a network of hidden passages that Harry had mapped during his explorations. Each team carried supplies, communication coins, and the fierce, focused determination of young people who had chosen to stand rather than hide. Dumbledore met Harry in the corridor outside the Room of Requirement at 10 o'clock. The headmaster was dressed in traveling robes of deep purple, and his face was grave but composed. Behind him stood McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and to Harry's carefully concealed surprise, Snape. The Order's Hogwarts contingent, assembled for war. The perimeter wards will hold until breached, Dumbledore said, his voice carrying the quiet command of a general addressing his officers. When they fall, and they will fall, because 20 Death Eaters led by Tom Riddle represent a force that no ward can withstand indefinitely, the castle's physical defenses and Harry's web network will become our primary lines of protection. He looked at Harry, and in the old wizard's eyes, Harry saw something that he had never seen there before: trust. Not the benevolent confidence of a mentor guiding a student, the trust of one soldier acknowledging another. The underground defense is yours, Harry. Your people, your plans, your judgment. I will hold the surface with the Order. Harry nodded. And if it comes to the Nexus, then I trust you to do what is necessary. You understand that artifact better than anyone alive, better, perhaps, than anyone who has ever lived. The connection you share with it is not a weakness. It is a resource. Use it. Harry looked at the assembled professors, these adults who had spent his entire Hogwarts career standing between him and danger, imperfectly and sometimes insufficiently, but always with genuine intention, and felt the weight of their trust settle onto his shoulders alongside the weight of everything else. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. "All of you." McGonagall's lips were pressed thin, but her eyes were bright. Flitwick nodded with the serious precision of a former dueling champion preparing for one more bout. Sprout's hands were steady, her jaw set with the determination of a woman who protected growing things and understood that sometimes protection required a fight. And Snape looked at Harry with those black, fathomless eyes and gave the smallest, most imperceptible nod that Harry had ever seen, and it meant more than any word of encouragement could have. Harry descended into the tunnels at midnight, Hermione at his side. The entrance was through the Room of Requirement, a passage that the room revealed only when asked by someone who knew the underground network in its entirety, a condition that only Harry currently met. The stairs spiraled downward through solid rock, lit by the faint bioluminescence of organisms that had been mutated by proximity to the Nexus, tiny glowing fungi and luminescent lichen that painted the tunnel walls in shades of blue and silver. Harry's webs lined every surface, vibrating with information, feeding him a constant stream of data about the tunnel's status. All approaches were clear. The defensive positions were manned. He could feel the DA members through the webs, their heartbeats and breathing, and the faint electrical signatures of their nervous systems translating into points of warm, human presence in the cold stone architecture of the underground. They descended past Neville's position, the outermost chokepoint, where a section of tunnel narrowed to a width of 6 feet, creating a bottleneck that would force attackers into single file. Neville stood at the center of a team of 8, his wand in his hand, his face illuminated by the soft glow of the fungi. "Ready?" Harry asked. "Ready," Neville said, and his voice carried not bravado but the simple, unbreakable steadiness of a boy who had finally become the person he was always meant to be. They descended past Ginny's position, deeper, warmer, the air thickening with Nexus energy that made Harry's skin tingle. Ginny stood at the junction with her team, her red hair tied back, her wand steady. She met Harry's eyes and gave him a nod that was both a greeting and a farewell, the acknowledgement that once the fighting started, communication would be limited and outcomes uncertain. They descended further, into passages that no student had seen, that no professor had walked, that no human feet had touched in centuries. The air hummed with the Nexus's energy, and Harry felt it resonating in his bones, in his blood, in the transformed tissues that made him something more and other than human. The pull was there, the gravitational attraction of the artifact reaching for its detached fragment, but Harry had learned to manage it, to ride the current without being swept away. Hermione walked beside him in silence, her wand lit, her face pale but determined. She had insisted on coming, and Harry had not argued, because Hermione Granger had earned the right to be present at whatever came next through 5 years of friendship that had been tested in every conceivable way and had never, not once, not for a moment, been found wanting. They reached the last 100 feet of passage before the Nexus chamber, and Harry stopped. The webs here were different, not the tactical sensor strands he'd spun through the castle, but something older, something that the Nexus itself seemed to have inspired. These webs pulsed with energy that was visible to the naked eye, shimmering threads of blue-silver light that formed patterns of stunning complexity, fractals that receded into themselves at every scale, geometric harmonies that suggested an intelligence beyond human comprehension. Harry, Hermione breathed, staring at the luminous web. "This is beautiful. This is the Nexus's language," Harry said, and he knew it was true, though he couldn't have explained how. "This is how it communicates, through pattern, through resonance, through the geometry of connection." He pressed his palm to the wall, and the Nexus answered. A pulse of warmth traveled up his arm and through his body, and for an instant he felt the artifact's awareness, vast, patient, ancient beyond reckoning, recognize him and welcome him home. Then the spider sense screamed. Harry's body went rigid, every sense slamming to maximum alert. The web network thrummed with incoming information, and the picture it painted was devastatingly clear. 20 breaches in the underground perimeter, simultaneous, coordinated, each one a drilling charm punching through rock and ward with brutal efficiency. The Death Eaters had arrived, and they hadn't come through the Whomping Willow tunnel. They had drilled their own entrances, 20 separate points of ingress, bypassing every choke point, every defensive position, every trap and web and ward that Harry and the DA had spent 3 weeks preparing. Voldemort had known. He had known about the defenses, known about the positions, known about the web network. He had taken the information that his scouts had gathered, combined it with intelligence from sources Harry hadn't identified, and designed an assault that rendered their preparations irrelevant. The old snake had outmaneuvered the spider. Harry felt the realization hit him like a physical blow, the tactical genius of it, the cold, systematic dismantling of everything they'd built. But the blow lasted only a fraction of a second, because Harry's mind was not a human mind anymore. It was faster, sharper, and more adaptable than any human mind had ever been, and it processed the new tactical reality and began generating alternative strategies before the emotional impact had finished registering. "New plan," Harry said to Hermione, his voice calm and clear and deadly. "They've bypassed the choke points. Tell Neville and Ginny to fall back to the Nexus approach. We concentrate our forces here, in the last 100 feet, where the Nexus energy is strongest, and my connection to the artifact is at its peak." Hermione was already sending the message through the enchanted coins, her fingers moving with the speed of someone who had practiced for exactly this scenario, the scenario where everything went wrong and they had to improvise at the speed of catastrophe. Harry turned to face the tunnels and felt his spider sense paint the approaching threats in vivid detail, 20 Death Eaters, moving through the earth toward the Nexus, their magic blazing in his awareness like torches in the dark. And behind them, deeper, darker, colder, a presence that Harry would have recognized at any distance, through any barrier in any state of consciousness. Voldemort was coming. Harry pulled on his mask, flexed his fingers, and felt the web constructs surge in response to his will. The luminous webs around him pulsed brighter, the Nexus energy flowing through them like blood through veins, and Harry realized with sudden, crystalline clarity that this was what the transformation had been preparing him for. Not the wall crawling, not the super strength, not even the spider sense, but this moment, this place, this convergence of ancient power and modern war, the spider at the center of the web waiting for the serpent to come. "Let them come," Harry whispered, and the webs around him blazed with light. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6. The Spider and the Serpent. The first Death Eater came through the wall 40 feet ahead of Harry, and the tunnel exploded into violence. The drilling charm opened a hole the size of a doorway in solid granite, the rock liquefying at the edges and then hardening into glass-smooth walls. The Death Eater who stepped through was mid-spell before his feet touched the tunnel floor, a killing curse, aimed with the mechanical precision of a soldier who had been told that the target in front of him was too dangerous for anything less. Harry's spider sense had seen the spell before the intent had fully formed. He was already moving, not dodging sideways as he would have done in a corridor, but up, launching himself at the ceiling with a force that cratered the stone where his feet had been. The green bolt of the killing curse passed beneath him by inches, its cold wind ruffling his hair, and Harry spun on the ceiling and flung a web construct that struck the Death Eater across the chest and pinned him to the far wall with an impact that drove the breath from his lungs and the wand from his hand. 2 more came through the breach, then 3 from a second hole that opened 20 feet to the right. Then 4 from a third breach in the floor, climbing up through a shaft that the drilling charm had carved through the bedrock with surgical precision. Harry's webs came alive, the luminous strands that lined the Nexus approach, the webs that had been drinking the artifact's energy for weeks, growing stronger and stranger by the day, responded to Harry's will with an obedience that went beyond the physical. They moved, they reached, they struck. Strands whipped from the walls like living things, wrapping around wrists and ankles, fouling wand movements, tangling legs and arms and robes in a chaotic, adhesive embrace that turned the tunnel into a killing ground of silk and magic. The Death Eaters fought back with the desperation of professionals who had walked into something their briefing hadn't prepared them for. Cutting curses slashed at the webs, but the strands were infused with Nexus energy and regenerated almost instantly, severed ends reknitting themselves with a speed that made the act of cutting them futile. Blasting curses hit the walls and ceiling, sending showers of rock fragments into the tunnel, but Harry moved through the debris like water through a sieve, his spider sense plotting the trajectory of every fragment, his body flowing between the impacts with the liquid grace of something that existed half in the human world and half in the spider's domain. Hermione fought beside him, and she fought brilliantly. Her shield charms held against curses that would have overwhelmed any student her age, and her offensive spells, stunners, body binds, a wickedly effective hex deflection chain that she developed during DA training, were precise, economical, and devastating. She wasn't Harry. She couldn't dodge curses or climb walls or spin webs. But she was the most talented witch of her generation, and in a tunnel fight where spell accuracy mattered more than physical prowess, she was a force multiplier of the highest order. The first wave fell in 90 seconds. 7 Death Eaters down, webbed, stunned, bound, their wands scattered on the tunnel floor like dropped chopsticks. The tunnel was a mess of silk and stone dust, and the acrid smell of spent magic, and Harry's spider sense was already painting the next threat, More coming, deeper, moving through the branching tunnels with the coordinated precision of a military unit that had adapted to its first surprise and was adjusting tactics in real time. "They're flanking us," Harry said, his voice sharp through the mask's distortion. "Three groups coming from below and both sides. They're trying to get past us to the Nexus chamber." "Can you hold them?" "Not all of them. Not if they split into 3 groups of 4 and attack simultaneously." Harry pressed his palm to the tunnel wall, and the Nexus's pulse thrummed through his hand, faster now, more urgent, the artifact's energy output escalating in response to the violence above it. "I need to get to the chamber. The Nexus can help." "Go," Hermione said. "I'll hold this position." "Hermione, go, Harry." Her voice was steel. Her wand was steady. Her eyes, bright with fear and determination in equal measure, held his through the mask. "The DA is falling back to support me. Neville's team and Ginny's team will be here in 3 minutes. I can hold for 3 minutes." Harry looked at her. This girl who had stood beside him since a troll in a bathroom at age 11, who had brewed Polyjuice potion and faced a basilisk's reflection, and turned back time and started a secret army, and never, not once, not for a single second of their friendship, been less than extraordinary, and felt the words that he couldn't say crowd against his teeth. Instead, he pressed his forehead to hers, a gesture so brief that only his enhanced perception registered its duration, and then he was gone, running along the tunnel ceiling toward the Nexus chamber at a speed that left the air behind him crackling with displaced energy. The last 100 feet of passage were blazing, the luminous webs that Harry had not consciously spun, the ones that the Nexus itself seemed to have inspired, were pulsing with energy that turned the tunnel into a corridor of living light. Blue-silver radiance poured from every strand, and the geometric patterns in the silk shifted and evolved with each of Harry's heartbeats, as if the webs were thinking, processing, preparing for something that Harry couldn't yet see but could feel approaching with the certainty of a storm. The Nexus chamber opened before him, and Harry stopped. He had never been inside. He had stopped 100 feet short during his exploration, driven back by the pull of the artifact and his own caution. Now, standing at the threshold with war raging in the tunnels behind him and Voldemort somewhere in the dark below, caution was a luxury he could no longer afford. The chamber was vast, a natural cavern expanded by forces that transcended geology, its walls carved into shapes that suggested both organic growth and deliberate design. The ceiling vaulted to a height that his spider sense measured at 120 feet, lost in shadows that even his enhanced vision couldn't penetrate. The floor was smooth, polished by time or magic or both, and covered in a web of crystalline veins that spread outward from the chamber's center like the root system of an impossibly complex tree, and at the center the Nexus. It was a crystal, a single, impossibly perfect crystal, rising from the chamber floor like a frozen pillar of captured starlight. It stood perhaps 15 feet tall and 3 feet in diameter, and its surface was a landscape of facets that caught and redirected the light it generated in patterns of stunning complexity. The colors shifted constantly, blue to violet to silver to something beyond the visible spectrum that Harry's enhanced eyes perceived as a pressure rather than a hue. It pulsed, like a heart, like the heartbeat he'd been feeling through the castle walls for months. But here, at the source, the pulse was overwhelming, a physical force that pressed against his chest and filled his lungs and rang in his bones. Harry stepped into the chamber and the Nexus sang. Not with sound, with resonance. A vibration that moved through the crystal veins in the floor and up through Harry's feet, and into his bones and his blood and his brain, filling him with a harmony so perfect that it brought tears to his eyes. The Nexus wasn't just an artifact, it was a living system, a network of energy and intelligence that had been waiting in the earth since before human civilization had discovered fire, patient and vast and utterly, terrifyingly aware. It recognized him. The energy in his cells, the nexus energy transferred through the spider's bite, vibrated in sympathy with the artifact, two frequencies finding each other across the gap of separation and locking into phase. Harry felt the connection establish itself with a click that was less physical than existential, as if a missing piece had been returned to a puzzle that had been incomplete for millennia. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Harry's spider sense exploded outward, extending far beyond its normal range, carried by the Nexus's energy through the crystal veins in the chamber floor and the stone walls and the bedrock itself. He felt everything, not just the tunnels, not just the castle, but the earth for miles in every direction. The forbidden forest with its teeming, mutated life, the lake with its merpeople and giant squid, the village of Hogsmeade with its sleeping residents. And the intruders, every Death Eater in the underground network, their positions burning in his awareness like points of dark fire. And Voldemort. The Dark Lord was close, far closer than Harry had anticipated, not in the outer tunnels, where the initial assault had been a distraction, a sacrifice of pawns to draw attention from the real play. Voldemort had entered through a passage that Harry's webs hadn't covered, a natural fissure in the bedrock, too narrow for a human body, widened by a drilling charm cast with a precision that spoke of advanced geological surveys and preparation far more thorough than Harry had imagined. He was 50 feet below the Nexus chamber, climbing through the rock like a serpent through tall grass, and he was alone. Of course he was alone. Voldemort didn't need bodyguards for this. He never had. He was the most powerful dark wizard in centuries, and he was coming for the single greatest source of magical power in the world, and he intended to take it with his own hands. Harry felt the Dark Lord's approach through the Nexus-enhanced spider sense, and what he felt was terrifying. Voldemort's magical signature was immense, a dark star of concentrated power that distorted the energy fields around it like a black hole distorting light. The soul fragment in Harry's scar screamed in response, the shared connection between them blazing with an intensity that was physically painful, and through that connection, Harry felt Voldemort's emotions with perfect, horrible clarity. Anticipation, hunger, the cold, electric thrill of a predator closing on prey that had been hunted across years and continents and the boundary between life and death itself. And something else, something new, curiosity. Voldemort could feel the Nexus, its power, its scope, its unfathomable potential, and the curiosity it sparked in him was the most dangerous thing Harry had ever sensed in the Dark Lord's mind. Voldemort wanted the Nexus not just for power but for understanding. He wanted to know what it was, how it worked, what it could do in the hands of someone with the will and the knowledge to wield it. Harry stood in the center of the chamber, his hands at his sides, the Nexus pulsing behind him, and waited. The floor split. Voldemort rose through the opening like something being born, a pale, terrible figure emerging from the earth itself, his white skin luminous in the Nexus's light, his red eyes burning with a hunger that transcended the physical. His robes were gray with stone dust, and his wand, 13.5 inches, phoenix feather core, was in his right hand, its tip glowing with the residual energy of the drilling charm that had carved his path through 300 feet of enchanted bedrock. He stepped onto the chamber floor, and the crystal veins beneath his feet darkened at his touch, the Nexus recoiling from his presence, its energy signature distorting in response to the concentrated darkness that Voldemort carried in his fractured soul. They stood 20 feet apart, and the silence was absolute. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, and his voice, high, cold, stripped of humanity, carried through the chamber with the resonance of a bell struck in a cathedral. "How extraordinary you've become." Harry said nothing. He stood motionless, his spider sense painting Voldemort in gradients of threat that were literally off the scale, his entire threat detection system registering the Dark Lord as a danger so extreme that the usual categories of warning were insufficient. His body wanted to run. His instincts wanted to fight. His mind, clear and sharp despite the terror, was calculating distances and angles and possibilities with the rapid-fire precision of an enhanced consciousness that had been designed, by accident or fate or the Nexus's unknowable intelligence, for exactly this moment. The Nexus chose well. Voldemort continued, moving slowly along the chamber's perimeter, his eyes never leaving Harry. A vessel with the unique combination of magical power and personal courage necessary to survive the transformation, and a connection to me, through the soul fragment in your scar, that ensured the Nexus's energy would be shaped by the most intense magical interaction of the modern age. His lipless mouth curved in something that was not quite a smile. You were made for this artifact, Harry, or perhaps it was made for you. Neither, Harry said, and his voice, filtered through the mask, amplified by the chamber's acoustics backed by the Nexus's resonance, was deeper and steadier than he'd ever heard it. It was an accident, a spider bite in a forest. No prophecy, no destiny, no grand design, just a boy and a bug and a rock. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. You underestimate yourself, as always. You overestimate control, as always. The exchange was the last breath before the storm. Voldemort struck first, not with a spell but with the soul connection. Harry felt it like a fist driven into the center of his brain. A psychic assault channeled through the scar, a battering ram of dark will and legilamantic force that would have shattered any normal mind like glass. Harry's spider sense caught it. The warning came not as a tingle or a scream, but as a total body reaction. Every enhanced sense, every modified nerve, every web-connected fiber of his being recognizing the incoming attack for what it was. The ultimate threat, directed at the most fundamental level of his existence. His mind, his self, his identity. He didn't resist with occlumency. He didn't build walls or barriers or the mental defenses that Snape had tried and failed to teach him. Instead, he did something that no one had ever done before. He rooted the attack through his spider sense, treating Voldemort's psychic assault as he would treat a physical threat, something to be perceived, analyzed, and evaded. The Dark Lord's mind crashed against Harry's enhanced consciousness like a wave against a cliff face. The spider sense mapped the attack structure, identified its vectors, and generated a response that was not magical resistance but spatial awareness, an understanding of the psychic landscape so complete that Voldemort's assault passed through Harry's mind without finding purchase, like a hand grasping at smoke. Voldemort recoiled. For the first time in Harry's experience, genuine surprise registered on the Dark Lord's face, not the theatrical surprise of a man who enjoys being underestimated, but the raw, unfiltered shock of a predator that had struck and missed. Interesting, Voldemort whispered. Very interesting. Then the wands came up and the world became fire. Voldemort's opening spell was the killing curse. Of course it was. The green bolt erupted from his U-wand with a force that split the air and sent shockwaves radiating through the chamber. Harry's spider sense had predicted the spell before Voldemort's intention had fully crystallized, and he was already in motion, not dodging sideways but launching himself upward, his feet finding the chamber wall and carrying him vertically at a speed that turned the killing curse's trajectory into an irrelevant line below him. He ran along the wall, 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet above the chamber floor, and fired back with wandless magic that crackled from his palms like lightning. Stunners, reductos, and something new, a spell that was half curse and half web, a strand of magic-infused silk that carried the destructive force of a blasting curse along its length and whipped toward Voldemort with the speed and precision of a striking serpent. Voldemort shielded. His protego was nothing like the standard shield charm. It was a hemisphere of concentrated dark magic that absorbed Harry's attacks with the hungry efficiency of a black hole consuming light. The web curse struck the shield and disintegrated, its energy consumed, and Voldemort counterattacked with a chain of spells so fast that they blurred together. A Crucio that Harry evaded by inches, a Confringo that blasted a crater in the wall where he'd been standing, and a killing curse that he dodged by releasing the wall entirely and dropping into a controlled fall that carried him across the chamber in a parabolic arc. Harry fired webs as he fell, not at Voldemort, whose shields would destroy them, but at the environment. Strands of enchanted silk attached to walls, ceiling, pillars of crystalline stone that rose from the chamber floor. Within seconds, he had a network, a three-dimensional web that gave him anchors, swing points, and mobility options that turned the chamber from a dueling ground into his domain. Voldemort recognized the tactic immediately. His red eyes tracked Harry's web spinning with the analytical intensity of a predator studying prey that had proven more resourceful than expected, and his response was characteristically ruthless. Fire erupted from his wand, not fiendfire, but something equally terrible, a dark flame that consumed everything it touched and spread through the air with the malevolent intelligence of a living thing. The fire caught Harry's webs and climbed them, and for a sickening moment, the chamber was lit by the orange-black glow of burning silk. But the webs were saturated with Nexus energy, and the Nexus did not burn. The fire met resistance, a counterforce that Harry felt but didn't generate, a defensive response from the artifact itself, and the flames guttered and died, extinguished by a power that was older and deeper than anything Voldemort could muster. Voldemort felt it too. His expression shifted, the confident predator's mask slipping to reveal something rawer, more desperate, as he recognized that the artifact he had come to claim was actively opposing him. "The Nexus rejects you," Harry said, landing on a web line 20 feet above the floor and crouching there like the creature whose abilities he shared. "It can feel what you are, what you've done to your soul, the fractures, the divisions, the damage. You've broken yourself into pieces, Voldemort, and the Nexus recognizes broken things." Silence. The word was a hiss, snake-like, venomous. Voldemort's composure cracked, and through the crack, Harry's spider sense read emotions that the Dark Lord had spent decades denying. Fear, rage, and, buried deepest, hardest to identify, shame. The Nexus is a tool, an instrument of power. It does not judge. It does not choose. It chose me. Harry dropped from the web line, landed on the chamber floor, and straightened to his full height. The Nexus pulsed behind him, its light intensifying, its energy flowing through the crystal veins in the floor and up through Harry's feet and into his body. He felt it filling him, not overwhelming, not consuming, but empowering. A warmth that was deeper than heat, a strength that was broader than muscle, a clarity that was sharper than thought. He raised his hands and the chamber responded. The crystal veins blazed. Light erupted from every surface, blue-silver radiance that filled the cavern like liquid sunlight, banishing shadows, illuminating the vast space in its entirety. The Nexus's pulse accelerated, matching Harry's heartbeat, and the resonance between them reached a harmonic that made the air itself vibrate with power. Harry felt the artifact's full capacity for the first time, not just the strength and the senses and the silk, but the scope of it. The Nexus was a node in a network that spanned the Earth, connected to other nodes, other sources of ancient power buried in the bones of the world. It was a web, the original web. The pattern on which all webs were modeled, from the spider's silk to the wizard's ward to the connections between minds and hearts and souls. And Harry was at its center. He reached through the nexus, extending his awareness along the crystal veins, through the bedrock, up through the castle's foundations, and into the walls of Hogwarts itself. The castle, his first home, the place he loved more than any other, responded to his touch with an eagerness that made his heart ache. 1,000 years of accumulated magic flowed toward him through the stone, answering the Nexus's call, recognizing in Harry the union of artifact and wizard that the castle had been waiting for since its founding. The wards of Hogwarts blazed to life, with a power they had never possessed before. 300 feet above, in the tunnels and corridors of the castle, the Death Eaters felt it. The DA members felt it. The professors felt it. The very stones of the castle seemed to shudder with renewed vitality, and the wards, ancient protections that had been slowly degrading over centuries, snapped back to full strength and beyond, reinforced by Nexus energy channeled through the boy who stood at the heart of the world. In the tunnels, the DA's battle took a sudden, decisive turn. The web constructs that Harry had spun through every passage activated simultaneously, no longer passive sensors but active weapons, guided by Harry's Nexus-enhanced consciousness. Death Eaters who had been pressing forward found themselves engulfed in living silk, wrapped in cocoons of enchanted web that stunned on contact, and held with a force that no spell could sever. The offensive that had begun with 20 soldiers driving toward the Nexus was shattered in seconds, reduced to scattered individuals fighting for survival against a castle that had awakened to defend itself. Neville's team, braced for a last stand at the final choke point, watched in awe as the tunnel walls came alive around them, webs appearing from nowhere, guided by an intelligence that identified threats and neutralized them with surgical precision. Harry Neville breathed, understanding instantly. He's done it. He's connected to the Nexus. In the chamber itself, Voldemort felt the shift in power and responded with the only strategy left to him: total, devastating force. He abandoned the killing curse. He abandoned precision entirely. What erupted from his wand was not a spell but a cataclysm, a torrent of dark magic so concentrated and so massive that it warped the air around it, turning the atmosphere into a lens of distorted light through which the chamber's features bent and writhed like reflections in a funhouse mirror. Harry met it, not with a shield, not with a countercurse. He met it with the Nexus's power, channeled through his body, directed by his will, shaped by the instincts that the spider's bite had given him and the artifact's resonance had refined. His hands came up, and from his palms erupted not silk, not spells, but light, pure, concentrated Nexus energy that blazed like a star and hit Voldemort's torrent of darkness with the force of 2 colliding storms. The impact was apocalyptic. The chamber shook. The crystal veins in the floor cracked and blazed. The Nexus itself pulsed with a frequency that was felt, not heard, a subsonic boom that traveled through the earth and was registered by seismographs in 3 countries. At the point of collision, light and darkness warred. Harry felt the Dark Lord's power pressing against him, the accumulated force of 7 decades of magical study, powered by a mind of extraordinary brilliance, and focused through a soul so damaged that its very brokenness had become a weapon. Voldemort's magic was hate and fear, and the desperate hunger of a man who had sacrificed everything: love, humanity, the integrity of his own spirit, in pursuit of an immortality that had always been, at its core, the ultimate expression of terror. Harry's power was different. It was not hate. It was not fear. It was connection, the web that linked him to the Nexus and the Nexus to the Earth and the Earth to every living thing that crawled or swam or flew or grew upon its surface. The spider's gift was not strength or speed or silk, but perception, the ability to feel the threads that connected all things, to sense the pattern that underlay the chaos, and to place himself at the center of that pattern and hold. The light pushed the darkness back. Inch by inch, foot by foot, the Nexus's power, channeled through Harry, shaped by his will, fueled by the connection that Voldemort could never possess because connection required the very thing he had destroyed in himself. A whole, undivided soul drove Voldemort's assault backward. The Dark Lord's face, illuminated by the blinding clash of opposing forces, was a mask of rage and disbelief, and beneath them the dawning comprehension that he was losing. "This is impossible," Voldemort snarled, and his voice was barely human, a serpentine hiss that echoed in the chamber like the last breath of something dying. "You are a child, a half-blood, a vessel for a fragment of my soul. You cannot." "I can," Harry said, and his voice carried the resonance of the Nexus itself, ancient, immutable, as fundamental as gravity. "Because I'm not fighting you alone." He reached deeper into the Nexus's network. Through the crystal veins, through the stone, through the earth itself, he found them, the connections that made Hogwarts more than a building. The love that parents had felt as they sent their children to the castle for 1,000 years. The bonds between friends, between teachers and students, between rivals who respected each other, and enemies who grudgingly acknowledged each other's worth. The vast, tangled, beautiful web of human relationship that had been woven through these walls since 4 wizards had stood on a hilltop and decided to build a school. He channeled it all, every thread of connection, every strand of love and loyalty and stubborn, irrational hope, and added it to the Nexus's light. The effect was devastating. Voldemort's dark assault didn't just falter, it collapsed. The torrent of magic that had been pushing against Harry's defense shattered like glass, fragmenting into 1,000 dissipating shards of dark energy that evaporated in the Nexus's radiance. Voldemort staggered backward, his wand arm dropping, his red eyes wide with an expression that Harry had never seen on the Dark Lord's face and had never expected to see. Terror. Not the cold, controlled fear that Voldemort experienced when his plans were disrupted or his immortality threatened. This was primal, visceral, the terror of a creature confronting something so far beyond its comprehension that the mind refused to process it. The Nexus's light, carrying the weight of 1,000 years of human connection, was anathema to everything Voldemort had made himself. It was the power he had rejected, the vulnerability he had excised, the love he had murdered in himself one Horcrux at a time. And it burned him. The light touched Voldemort's skin and he screamed, a sound so terrible that Harry felt it in his bones, in his teeth, in the deepest recesses of his spider sense. The Dark Lord's pale flesh blistered where the light fell, dark smoke rising from the wounds, and he threw himself backward with a force that sent him skidding across the chamber floor. Harry didn't pursue. He stood in the center of the Nexus chamber, hands raised, light pouring from his palms, and watched the most dangerous wizard in the world cower before a power that he had spent his entire life trying to destroy. "Leave," Harry said. The word resonated through the chamber like a bell toll. "Leave this castle. Leave these children. Leave and do not come back." Voldemort rose to his feet. His robes were scorched, his skin blistered, his red eyes dimmed by pain and shock. But the mind behind those eyes, the cold, brilliant, infinitely dangerous mind, was already adapting, already calculating, already turning this defeat into data for future strategies. "This is not over, Harry Potter," Voldemort said, and his voice, though weakened, carried the deadly promise of a serpent that has been wounded but not killed. "The Nexus will not protect you forever. Its power is vast, but it is not infinite, and I have time. I have always had time." He raised his wand, and for a terrible moment, Harry thought he would attack again. One final, suicidal assault driven by rage and wounded pride. But Voldemort was not a creature of passion. He was a creature of strategy, and strategy dictated retreat. The Dark Lord disapparated, not from the chamber. The Nexus's energy field prevented direct apparition, but from the tunnel below, where his drilling charm had created an exit route. He dropped through the hole in the floor and was gone, the crack of his departure echoing through the stone like a thunderclap. In the tunnels, the remaining Death Eaters felt their master's departure through the dark mark, and whatever fighting spirit they had left evaporated like morning dew. Those who could disapparate did. Those who couldn't, trapped in webs, stunned by DA members, or simply lost in the maze of passages that their drills had created, surrendered or fell. Harry felt it all through the Nexus, the collapse of the assault, the retreat of the enemy, the gradual subsiding of threat until his spider sense, for the first time in months, registered the baseline as safe. Safe. The word itself felt foreign, a concept from a previous life. The Nexus's light dimmed slowly, retreating from its full, blazing glory to a soft, steady pulse. The crystal veins in the floor faded from incandescent brightness to a gentle glow. The artifact's heartbeat, the heartbeat that Harry had felt through the castle walls since the night of his transformation, settled into a rhythm that was slower, calmer, almost peaceful. Harry lowered his hands. The power receded, withdrawing from his extremities, consolidating in his core, settling into a new equilibrium. He felt different, not diminished, but recalibrated. The Nexus's energy was still in him, still part of him, but the desperate, reaching quality of the past months had faded. The artifact had found what it was looking for. The connection was complete. He wasn't just a boy who had been bitten by a spider. He was the Nexus's guardian, its voice, its interface with the human world. The power that had been building in him since October wasn't going away. It was his. Permanently, irrevocably, woven into his DNA and his magical core and the very fabric of his being. Footsteps in the tunnel behind him. Harry turned and saw Hermione running toward him, her hair wild, her robes torn, a bruise darkening her left cheekbone, and an expression of such overwhelming relief on her face that it hit him harder than any spell. She crashed into him and he caught her, carefully, always carefully, calibrating his strength, and held her while she shook with the adrenaline aftermath of the worst night of her life. "Is it over?" she whispered. "For now," Harry said. "He'll come back, but not tonight." They stood together in the Nexus chamber, two teenagers in the heart of the world, and the ancient crystal pulsed its slow, steady rhythm around them like the heartbeat of a sleeping god. The aftermath was chaos, as aftermaths always are. The castle sustained significant structural damage. The drilling charms had compromised the bedrock in 3 locations, requiring emergency shoring by the professors and the house elves. The underground tunnels were a maze of rubble, web debris, and unconscious Death Eaters who needed to be secured, identified, and transported to Ministry custody. 14 Death Eaters were captured. 6 had escaped. Voldemort was among the escaped, as were Bellatrix Lestrange and 2 members of the Inner Circle whose identities Snape confirmed with the weary precision of a man who had been maintaining dual loyalties for too long. The DA emerged from the tunnels battered, exhausted, and triumphant. Neville had a broken arm, courtesy of a collapsing tunnel section that had caught him during the retreat to the final position. Ginny had a curse burn across her ribs that Madame Pomfrey treated with her characteristic efficiency, and a string of commentary about the irresponsibility of adults who allowed children to fight wars. Luna had lost 1 shoe and gained, according to her own serene account, a profound understanding of the acoustic properties of granite. Not a single student had been killed. Not a single student had been permanently injured. Against 20 Death Eaters and the darkest wizard of the age, a group of teenagers had fought underground and emerged intact. This fact, more than anything else, was what convinced Harry that the transformation had been worth it. Dumbledore found him on the astronomy tower at dawn, which surprised no one. It was where Harry always went when the world was too much and the sky was not enough. The headmaster climbed the stairs with a slowness that Harry's senses attributed to emotional weight rather than physical limitation, and stood beside Harry at the parapet, looking out over grounds that were glazed with frost and lit by the first pale light of a January morning. "The Nexus has stabilized," Dumbledore said. "Its energy output has returned to within normal parameters. The contamination zone in the forest is contracting." "It got what it wanted," Harry said. He was sitting on the parapet's edge, his legs dangling over a 300-foot drop that his spider sense registered as approximately as dangerous as a puddle. A connection to a human host, a voice in the world above. "And did you get what you wanted?" Harry considered this. What had he wanted? Before the bite, safety, normalcy, the end of Voldemort's shadow over his life. After the bite, control, understanding, the ability to protect the people he loved. And now, after the battle, what remained? "I got what I needed," Harry said, "which isn't the same thing." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The sun crept higher, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, and the castle's towers caught the light and held it, ancient stone warming for another day. "The war is not over," Dumbledore said. "I know. Voldemort will return. He will seek the Nexus again or find other sources of power. He will adapt, evolve, overcome. It is what he does. I know. And you will continue to change. The Nexus's power in you is not static. It will grow, develop, perhaps in ways that neither of us can predict." Harry looked down at his hands. The same hands that had crushed a brass telescope and caught a falling gargoyle and channeled the power of an ancient artifact against the darkest wizard alive. The same hands that had held his friends and opened books and felt the reassuring texture of a broomstick handle and the comforting warmth of a cup of tea. "I can handle it," he said. Dumbledore looked at him, really looked with the full force of those ancient blue eyes, and Harry met the gaze without flinching. The spider sense registered the headmaster's emotional state, pride, sorrow, hope, and the bone-deep exhaustion of a man who had been fighting the same war for 50 years and had just watched a 15-year-old do what he himself could not. "Yes," Dumbledore said softly, "I believe you can." The old wizard left. Harry stayed. Below him, the castle stirred to life. Students emerged from their dormitories, unaware of the battle that had raged beneath their feet while they slept. The great hall began to fill with the sounds of breakfast, conversation and laughter, and the clink of cutlery on plates. Owls descended from the gray sky with the morning post. A first-year chased her cat across the courtyard. Normal. Beautifully, preciously, defiantly normal. Harry's sensor webs hummed with the information, carrying the sounds and movements of 800 people to his awareness. He felt them all, their heartbeats, their footsteps, their small daily dramas and petty concerns, and enormous, unacknowledged bravery in the face of a world that was darker and more dangerous than most of them knew. His people, his castle, his web. Somewhere beneath his feet, the Nexus pulsed its slow, steady heartbeat. Somewhere beyond the horizon, Voldemort nursed his wounds and made his plans. Somewhere in the tunnels, his friends were sleeping the dreamless sleep of the utterly spent. And here, on the highest point of the oldest wizarding school in the world, Harry Potter, student, wizard, spider, guardian, sat on the parapet's edge with the wind in his hair and the dawn on his face, and felt the weight of everything that had changed and everything that hadn't. The power was his. The responsibility was his. The war was still coming. But for this one moment, this single, perfect moment before the world started spinning again, he was still. He was centered. He was the spider at the heart of the web, and the web held. He stayed until the sun cleared the mountains and the frost melted from the battlements, and the castle's ancient stones were warm with light. Then he climbed down from the parapet, not through the door but down the tower's exterior wall, his hands and feet finding the stone with the easy, instinctive grace that had become as natural as breathing. He had a potions essay to finish, and a Quidditch practice to attend, and a war to prepare for. But first, breakfast, because even the spider at the center of the web needed to eat. Harry dropped the last 20 feet, landed in the courtyard without a sound, and walked through the doors of Hogwarts with the morning sun at his back in the future, vast, uncertain, terrifying, and magnificent, spread out before him. Chapter 6 End.